Uganda or in Bugisu, the political economy there is different. The languages are different. The coffee culture is different. So we rely on local knowledge, and we apply this aggressively. Local knowledge also allows us to trim off perspectives that are irrelevant to our context. The third principle we apply is empathy. Now, if you're dealing with, for those of you who are online a lot, you see Uganda being compared to other East African countries, other parts of the world. We like to focus on our problems in such a way that sometimes is just full of negativity. Empathy allows us to locate our development in the context of where we are from. So when I speak to you about the nature of the coffee industry in Uganda, yes, I can empathize with the disruptions that the coffee sector has taken. You live in a country that in the last 60 years of your independence, maybe you have 15 years or less of what you'd call peace. Essentially, Uganda has been at war with itself or other parts of East Africa for like 45 to 50 years. In some parts of the coffee growing areas, if you extend that to the 1940s and 50s, you'd be surprised that coffee has actually sustained itself this long. So empathy allows us to say, okay, we understand where we are from, okay? So when we think about progress, we can measure it in more conscionable terms. Because I know coffee is a political and social crop. So when you come to talk about progress in coffee, most people would like to throw numbers at you, like, you know, we are growing X million number of bags, we are third largest producer, and then they talk about coffee in terms of its commercial and economic context. But you need to draw back and think about empathy. Empathy allows you to do the social reasoning. Why do we grow coffee? This is one of the first crops to give Ugandans a sense of economic independence. It also raised the generation of educated Ugandans, particularly here in Uganda. It gave African entrepreneurs access to international markets, understanding the structures and acting on their own. Now you have to be empathetic. In other words, don't put too much of the blame on yourselves. Appreciate that as you grow in this sector and this field, there is a context to it. We don't grow coffee just to make money. We are raising families. We are raising children. We are building homes. We are part of a community. So that is the kind of social reasoning that you bring into a context like this. The value of this crop is not just what we talk about, you know, how much you sell per kilo. The fourth principle we apply is something we call volunteerism, but it's basically about taking action whenever you can. Such as, you're interested in coffee, you're here on time, we respect your time. But volunteerism, and I'll come to it later, it's not the best way to describe it. One of the challenges of Ugandan businesses when it comes to things like scaling and growth is the inability of us to work together with each other. Even if coffee as a crop is like I said, it's a social crop. Its history is rooted in communities organizing, self-organizing, cooperatives, but it's a rarity. Mostly coffee businesses and other businesses are defined by sole ownership. People trying to work in silos. So we apply volunteerism because if it matters, you show up and you act. And then you act together. And then you grow together. That is the background of the principles we apply. I know that, well, I'm representing the investment authority, but I wanted to give you a sense of, okay, what is the intellectual approach that we bring to a problem as practical as this one. I want to make some observations about the coffee sector and its challenges. First, like most businesses in Uganda, coffee and other high-value crops suffer from the problem of the lack of patient capital, long-term credit. And that's the elephant in the room. Okay? The availability or the non-availability of long-term credit is one of our primary challenges. If coffee businesses had access to patient capital, then these things we're talking about justice for the coffee farmer would be moot. Because the only justice that a coffee farmer requires is to be paid a fair price. And to pay a fair price, he needs the tools to organize himself and his businesses. And that requires money. In short, capital. Some of the issues we're dealing with, I don't know, quality of the crop, dealing with administrative bottlenecks, trying to take advantage of public sector policies that are pointing to coffee as a crop. All of these things are rendered sometimes meaningless if coffee farmers don't have the credit with which to organize themselves. Credit allows, access to credit allows a coffee farmer to act without too much pressure. As you know, the life of a coffee crop, is multiple years. But the credit society we have, will give you very little headroom. Often your interest kicks in 8 months. You have to pay, service a loan at very high rates. So dealing with that issue of long-term credit, I imagine is going to be part of the conversation in this room. Credit, like I said, allows us to focus on quality and value. It also protects the farmer from some of the cannibalistic practices of middlemen. I was speaking to a friend of mine yesterday. He's a coffee farmer from Bugisu. He's educated, he has a good operation going. But if you approached by a middleman and they give you, I don't know, 1 billion shillings for your crop, because you don't have access to long-term credit and you cannot wait out that money, you take it. And then what do? They offer you low prices. They put you under pressure to pay back. Basically, they capture you. And this has been the practice of some of the big coffee buyers. They corner the farmer. If the farmer didn't have to work under that kind of pressure because they had access to long-term credit, then they could work on quality and purpose their businesses for the long term, instead of being victims of impatient and often exploitative capital. And that includes, by the way, all the commercial facilities you have in the banks here. The second challenge we have is the lack of a sustainable domestic market for coffee. If we had an actual decent market for coffee in Uganda, or perhaps even in the region, coffee farmers wouldn't be essentially under pressure to focus on external markets, which have, there are bottlenecks that keep on coming on your way. As you know, the very practice of like growing your coffee, preparing it, to the standards that are required, then externalizing it. That's a very, very complex process. As opposed to you grow your coffee, you roast it, and you sell it by cup. On my way here, I stopped as usual to get a cup of coffee. The coffee shop I stopped at in Naguru, their coffee is from, is an Italian Kenyan coffee brand produced in Kenya. So essentially my money today has gone to a Kenyan somewhere, I don't know. Yesterday I had 3 or 4 cups of coffee, mostly from Ugandan producers here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are the realities. I don't know if you saw yesterday in the newspaper that there was an insolvency notice for one of the big coffee producers. Did you guys see that? No one saw it? This coffee place here, Great Lakes Coffee? They have been put under receivership. These are just the realities. I'm sure, and I know Costa, the owner, it's possible that he was dealing with multiple obligations to multiple financial companies. He's over-leveraged. But Costa and the Great Lakes Coffee Company, they have been expanding, trying to rely on a local market, opening multiple stores around the city and elsewhere. Well, the lack of, a good domestic market to cushion, if you're selling your coffee at $8 to $10 per kilo outside, the reality is, we've done the numbers. You can get between 100 to 200,000 selling per cup in a domestic market here. But we are not the only ones thinking like this. China, in another 10 years, may be one of the leading exporters of coffee. But 2 months ago, at the authority, we had thought we would open a channel to China to act as an alternative to European and Asian markets for Ugandan coffee. But you know what has happened? Our Chinese contacts, even after China lifted their COVID restrictions, dropped most of our orders. Because of course at UIA we act on behalf of you guys. And you know why they dropped the orders? Because China and the Chinese government are promoting their own domestic coffee bean. So they have gone, the Communist Party there is right now running a major campaign Chinese to drink their own coffee. Of course, most Chinese are ignorant about good coffee like most other parts of the world. But China is doing what Brazil did in the 80s, which is run a campaign to grow and drink their own coffee. The Ethiopians are benefiting from a domestic coffee culture. So they don't have, their people don't have to struggle too much. Just next door here in Rwanda, if you go to Kigali, yeah, most of the coffee is Rwandan coffee grown in Rwanda. So having a domestic coffee culture, the ability of the local market, to drink local coffee will cushion coffee farmers and then reduce the pressure. And they can work on the elements of the value chain which are important for growth, like the quality of the coffee in a cup. So this is one of the challenges. Apart from patient capital, the lack of a good domestic market for Ugandan coffee. The third issue, which I think you guys can focus on today, has to do with infrastructure, targeted infrastructure in coffee growing areas. Coffee requires dedicated infrastructure, and I'm not talking about storage areas alone, or some of the access or programs that the Coffee Development Authority develops. If you go to some parts of, say, Zombo which is now a new coffee growing region. Basic things like roads into the hills, tracking systems for logistics, agricultural credit facilities, but you have to think about it as a micro and dedicated infrastructure for coffee. And why not? Coffee is a high value crop. You know, we earn a lot from it, so we should spend on it. There are parts of Bugisu which essentially are impossible to do great quality coffee, even if that is one of the traditional coffee growing areas, because access to the hills is impossible. And then you can't bring the coffee down in time, so it corrodes, it degrades. So I think one of the things that policymakers, and I'm including ourselves here, must focus on is, okay, what kind of dedicated infrastructure do you have for coffee areas? This problem is one to which we must all work together. Why? Because there's always going to be competing interests, but the real power of you know, of local communities is in organization. So one of the things we can do at the Investment Authority is add our voice to the forms of organization that allow for priorities to go to solve practical problems like this. If you are in Bulambuli, for example, can you get, it doesn't have to be tarmac roads, but high-grade maram, such that you don't have the problems of farmers having to struggle getting their coffee off the trees and down into the valleys in a quality that is from which they can get decent price. So feeder roads, tracking, storage, practical administrative assistance, those kind of assets must be dedicated to coffee. So just to summarize, the problems I observe: the lack of patient capital and credit to offset the sign of impatient and exploitative capital that I was referring to, a coffee culture that's domestic, an infrastructure that is dedicated to coffee areas. Now, yesterday when I was preparing for this, I spoke to Mr. Rakakamba, who I'm representing here, the chairman of the UIA board, and he said, well, talk to them about what kind of things UIA does, but also take time off to reflect deeply on what you've observed as are the main bottlenecks. But upon reflection, I want to give you a sort of insight into what the public sector is doing for sectors like coffee. You know, we are criticized that at the authority of being an organization for Chinese and Indians, because everyone reads in the newspapers and they say, oh, you know, some of the benefits that come with an investment license, Ugandans are locked out of it. Does anyone here in this room know the value of foregone revenue? In other words, public investment. When the government says, okay, we're not going to, you're not going to pay tax, use that money for your business. Does anyone have an idea of what the total value of foregone revenue, the scale of the public investment in this economy is? Any economist here from Siatini? This is your field. Brenda, do you know the value of the public investment, foregone revenue, like for 2021, 2022? I'll give you the number because you may find it shocking. So the public sector incentivizes growth through a policy of foregoing revenue, what we call at the Investment Authority our incentive structure. I'll give you an example. If you have an investment license, and say you hire a Filipino worker, and you have a training program to improve your coffee bean, because maybe you're exporting to Europe or some other place, with a Uganda Investment Authority, that license, one of the incentives we'll offer you is 100% rebate on training costs. Say, assuming you're paying taxes of 300 million to the Uganda Revenue Authority. If your training costs are 100 million, we shall excuse you that fee. So you pay tax of 200 instead of 300. Most people don't take advantage of this, but it is there in the books. The companies that do, they actually save a substantial amount of their money, because training costs in a field that's trying to improve quality are significant. Am I lying? So that's public investment. That's how it works. Okay? I can list for you, and I'll share with Brenda. We have a range of incentives that we offer if you come and you register and you take an investment license. If you're bringing in machinery, including just machinery that baristas use, you don't pay tax. You won't pay tax on your trucks. You won't even pay tax on furniture that you have in your businesses. That's the public incentive structure. There's a long list. The scale of the public investment, because sometimes people don't have an eye on it. Okay? So of that, if you break it down, foregone revenue for VAT in shillings was 1,151 billions. So over 1.1 trillion shillings. Now that money doesn't come as revenue to the government. It is retained by businesses for their growth. At customs, and I'm talking about those who have the investment license and are not paying tax on assets that they're investing in their businesses. Total foregone revenue was 411 billions. And it goes on. Income tax and excise duty are similar. That's a huge portfolio of public investment. Forget about what you think about in the banks, because the banks will charge you a commercial rate for the money that you borrow. But if you're a Ugandan business, and you take a good look at the public sector and say, what are we getting from this public sector? I've just given you a sense. The public investment, especially via foregone revenue, is substantial. So let us begin there. If your coffee businesses are not taking advantage of this major, and now it's very scaled up public investment, because at the investment authority we apply like 3 parameters for investment. Of course, we're trying to crowd investment in planned areas of the economy, but we're looking at investment that creates jobs, adds value to a local product, transfers technology into Uganda. That is the sort of parameter. So you have coffee businesses often qualify, but the scale of the public investment is considerable. So that's the first benefit that you'll get operating in that space. The second area where the public sector contributes to high growth, high value crops like coffee is in building capacity. Of course, I'm sure UCDA will be here, and they have a program which is just dedicated to growing the capacity of local farms. Again, that is a substantial public investment. I spoke earlier of foregone revenue, but the taxpayer foots the bill for government agencies like ours, ministries, departments, and agencies like that. They train their staff, and then, of course, they extend that to businesses, such as businesses in this area. The third area where I'm personally involved, because at Uganda Investment Authority, I chair the Committee on Investment Promotion and Business Development, is how to organize companies, Ugandan companies, to take investment from elsewhere or to share investment with each other. So I focus on joint ventures, venture capital, equity, all those things. Flexible capital that comes into Uganda. I don't have the figures offhand, but when we look at the portfolio now of, for example, venture and equity capital, a lot of it is going into high value crops. Some of it is going, of course, into infrastructure, hospitals, and things like that, but much of that is coming into high value crops. So what we do at the authority is we aid. We ask you, come get an investment license. We find you other agencies that can structure your business, build your capacity, but we want you to grow, to scale. So we look for joint ventures, we look for money to come into your high growth companies. So that, in brief, is the contribution of the public sector. For the investment authority in particular, the benefits that come from an investment license are often not appreciated by local, and I'm talking about indigenous and domestic businesses. So at the authority, what we have done is we set up a division called the Domestic Investment Division, just to cater to Ugandan businesses. So when you go in there, you have a dedicated line. You come, we look at your problems, we understand the context, and then we act. So there's a division there that deals with small, medium-sized enterprises, but largely focused on domestic businesses. And then we are trying to focus our policies to maximize the retention of the benefits of what the taxpayer is putting in the public sector for Ugandan businesses. So I hope that perhaps at the end of this day, if you know someone who has a coffee business, has a coffee company, ask them to come and find the modalities of getting an investment license and take advantage of all the incentives that the public, the taxpayer is already paying so highly for. The last area we deal with is the area that Seatini and others handle every day, which is examining public sector policies and saying that they fit sectors like coffee. So here, at least the area where I'm involved in, is to tackle problems like long-term credit. I don't know, is anyone here from the banking sector, financial services? No? So high interest rates make life really difficult for any business, but particularly for agriculture companies. So over the last 2 years, we've been trying to reduce the interest rate. It's a complex, but it's an improving situation. When we first started focusing on it, interest rates for right now they average 18% in the 18 to 21% in the commercial field, but they are financial instruments which you can now get especially if you're a small business, that are the rate of, I'm just being generous here, but under 12%. They can go as low as 8%. They are there in this economy. Okay? I checked with the Uganda Development Bank. I know most people, when I talk to businesses, they tend to avoid the bank, but this is a development finance institution. Its interest is in impact. Their portfolio is 65% in agriculture, in the agriculture sector. Primary agriculture, that's what they are funding, agro-processing, and manufacturing. That's the main portfolio of UDB, 65%. For small businesses, if you're like a women-led business, a youth-led business, today you can go and get a facility from the bank of up to 700 million under these new special programs that they have at a rate of 8%. These assets are available. Now, you know, if you're here and you're not doing what I described earlier, acting together, you may not know. Okay? Like the UDB's liquidity, as we speak now, is almost completely committed. 900 billion is already approved. They are almost running out. They are trying to arrange facilities because the demand for credit is so much. Now what we do, we know that for interest rates to come down, you need to capitalize a bank like UDB in a serious fashion. In a serious fashion. In 2020, when they put in about nearly 600 billion, the rates went down. But for the rates to come down to under 5%, you need to put in maybe about 2-3 trillion and dedicate it. Now, the job of the authority is to advise the government on all investment matters. So one of the things we do at the public sector is we tell our supervisors and our access to cabinet why it is important for sectors like this to show seriousness. To drive interest rates down, put your money, show me the budget, I show you the effect. So I wanted to conclude by saying that, you know, if you are empathetic and you're willing to do the work, I think the future is not too bad. There are challenges that crop up every other day in the agriculture sector. Climate change, sustainability, and you guys know that whole spiel. In June, the European Union has instituted a directive on it's a European Union forest deforestation directive. So a lot of the coffee companies won't be able to purchase coffee unless they show that the coffee has been purchased from areas that are not victims of deforestation. So it will take some money away from coffee farmers because there's coffee being grown in new areas as a result of deforestation. Those coffee farmers won't be able to sell to the EU. But then we say, fine, that is a challenge in the road, but we find you another market elsewhere. If the Europeans won't buy your coffee, we look to East Asia, Malaysia. But as long as we are working together, even these challenges that crop up, out of the blue, we can deal with them. So with those few words, I thank you for your kind attention and for allowing me to start on time, those of you who are here. And I bring you warm regards from the board of the Investment Authority. On our board, it's only me who's not a farmer. Everyone else is. Morrison is a coffee farmer, the chairman of the board. He was actually also chairperson of the Farmers Federation. He's trying to grow his coffee business. Robert Mukiza just recently got into farming and is going to go into coffee. My colleague Naima, who's from West Nile, is a farmer herself. Honorable Beatrice Mpaire, who's my other colleague from Bulisa, she's a farmer as well. Our Minister for Investment is actually a coffee investor, Honorable Anite. So it's not a board that is divorced from the actual issues that you're dealing with. Our door is always open. Those of us who are in the intellectual practice, always available to you. But come, we take advantage of working together and the policies that are in place, and let's make coffee work for everyone. Asante sana.
Okay, good morning. When you have people like Angelo in the room, you must go by the rules. Time is time. So we had to start just the way we started for us that were here. I think it's only important that on behalf of Siatini, I welcome you all before we can maybe get to the other session. But also, I know that we cannot let Angelo leave, especially looking at the fact that he comes here in the capacity of the Investment Authority. A lot of you have raised concerns, some of the questions that you have given to us, and today we're glad we have the authority represented here. So I thought it would only be important that we have a few minutes to just interact with Mr. Angelo. So if any of us has a question, would at least give an opportunity to 4 or 5 people to raise their questions, concerns, or maybe comments. However, I had wanted to do it the other way around because I know that we didn't have a chance to know who is here. But maybe for those of you that would like to ask anything, you can start with introducing yourself and then you can pose your question. And once we are done, then we can do a round of introduction for everyone that is here. So by show of hands, I can get to know who has a concern or a comment, and then the microphone will come to you. We can start this side with Silva.
Thank you so much. My name is Silva Tumwa. I work for Food Rights Alliance, Program Officer Resilience and Equitable Market System. Thank you, Angelo, for that elaborate presentation and also for the great work you're doing in supporting investment in Uganda. I took some few notes, I think about 2 areas that I wanted to just raise concern. One was about the issue of deforestation and coffee. I think there are 2 schools of thought, and I want to use a local example to elaborate my side. There is a school of thought that believes that coffee should be done as a monocrop, so as such, other agroforestry trees are not relevant. And I want to give you an example. If I go to a district in Manafa and I stand on the hill and look on the landscape down, all the coffee stems that I will see that are surviving are actually under big agroforestry trees. And there is a story behind that. Those trees are generating a lot of humus, which is supporting coffee. So it's important that this coffee drive has to really pay attention to the relationship with the agroforestry trees so that we don't lose them at the same time. I appreciate the side of the investment benefits that you have created, and you elaborated these figures. I'm interested in knowing if there is deliberate effort to measure the impact of these incentives. For example, you are giving a company 100 million in in exemption on tax because they are going to train Ugandans. Are we following up to know how many Ugandans have been trained and what type of skills they have been equipped with? And what do we hope to use these skills with? Do we have a trajectory that at this particular time we should transition Ugandans to take over these investments because they have been trained, or we are leaving this at large? Thank you so much.
To this table, I'll take the two hands, then Mr. Mwebe, and I'll conclude with Honorable Nandala.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rita. I work with AXA. Thank you, Mr. Angelo, presentation. I'm going to begin with mindset. You introduced the board of members, but I believe those board of yes, they are farmers, but they have a different mindset. Now, I work with farmers. Farmers have a totally different mindset. Why? Because what is on ground is different from what you're presenting. Last month, we had a court case. An investor that was buying off smallholder farmers, and the rest that were resisting were facing challenges. And he presented an investment license. So what farmers have, a picture that farmers have is different, because they think that these authorities are liaising with these investors, because this investor is showing your license. And then you're saying that yes, there are these things good for the farmers or the domestic people. That is farmers have a different picture altogether. So if maybe we can reach out, if you can just do a little niche and reach out to farmers who are into the coffee industry and say this is what we have to offer, or even go further and put these things in local languages, because almost farmers speak local languages, but all these incentives are in English. Maybe they do not understand them. As you were talking about the campaign, what are the Chinese doing? They have dropped all our produce and the coffee deals that we had with them, because I saw that in the newspaper. But what have we done? Can we also block the products that are competing with our coffee? Can we go extra mile, even as we are campaigning, to teach our farmers and the business people how to market, how to brand, block off the excess produce that is coming in, protecting our smallholder farmers? At the district, they were doing it, but it came a time when farmers were delayed to be paid, and they were first paying farmers that have some authorities. So farmers get frustrated. Why am I growing coffee yet when they are paying, they first pay the big people, and then for us we are paid later. So all those are grievances in the coffee industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rogers, then Mwebe.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rogers Turiawe. I have a small question. He did talk about, I think the first problem he identified is lack of financing. So when you look at coffee farmers, most of them are smallholder farmers, the biggest percentage at least. And only about 15% of them belong to associations and organizations and cooperatives. So I want to understand if the Uganda Investment Authority, of course in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Development Authority and other players, do you have plans for financing cooperatives? Because most people who are in the business only invest when the prices are booming, and then they disinvest when the price slumps and all that kind of stuff. So is there any plan of reviving cooperatives that way the farmers can benefit from the collective marketing? Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Mwebe Kalibala. Thanks, Angelo, for the presentation. One, last year we had a discussion where in our midst were small-scale farmers that were talking about investment. But when we read the Investment Code Act or the regulations thereabout, we realized that the person referred to as an investor in Uganda has to have a business to the tune of 50,000 US dollars, and that there's a percentage of what they produce that has to be exported, and the detail was to that much. And trust me, by the time we got done with that meeting, people were quite depressed, the smallholder farmers that we had in the meeting. Away from the initiatives that are through commercial banks and other facilities, what are those incentives that UIA has for the small-scale farmers to promote this? But also, just as a comment in 30 seconds, you talked about the bit of the empathy and the social aspect of this coffee growing. You know, it's the same problem with sugarcane growing, where it's about the money, the revenues, the everything, but then there's also the other aspect of the loss of land and the loss of other facilities. But also we see that in the Investment Code Act, you still see that there's no boost to according someone land, but instead land is used as a bait to have the investors. So these are the flip-flops that we keep seeing that make us think, is UIF for us, the smallholder, or it's for the Indians and Chinese, like you noted at one point? Thank you, Angelo.
Okay, Regina, quickly, and then Honorable. On behalf of the ladies in the room, good morning. I'm Regina. I work with State in Uganda. I think you've talked about the domestic culture, and I'm thinking coffee has been promoted as a product for the rich. How are we reaching out to the kafundas? Not kafundas, the local restaurants. I've not seen most of them. Most of them sell milk, black tea. There's no coffee. So maybe the mindset is coffee is not good for us. How do we reach out to our other community? And are there conditionalities attached to the investment licenses, since you noted that most of them, we've not taken advantage of them? Is it the limited awareness? Is it the terms and conditions? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I will start on, first of all, to thank the presenter, the board member of Uganda Investment Authority. Unfortunately, I wasn't aware. I never got this timetable before I came here. I thought we were starting immediately and everybody would stay up to the end. That's why I came early. But having said that, at least I'm a coffee farmer from childhood. And from what Angelo has presented, I think he doesn't know what a coffee farmer is. Because if he knew, and I want to agree with my colleague there about investment authority, of saying a coffee farmer can go to Uganda Investment Authority to invest, I think we're out of context. Unless you're talking about the big players, who are basically middlemen who can do that. And I will give an example. What does a coffee farmer want? A coffee farmer, having grown his coffee, which takes 4 to 5 years to mature, to start producing coffee, that means from that date it starts producing coffee. Only thing which will remain is to weed, and also to make sure that this coffee gives better yield by having either manure, having trees. By the trees are very important in coffee. And when he gets his coffee, he needs to sell it and get money. He doesn't need to borrow money to invest in coffee again. He needs to sell his coffee to get money, and the money he gets is to pay fees, is to improve his life. Now, I am surprised that Uganda Investment Authority is saying a coffee farmer needs capital to invest in the coffee. What he would need is a Minister of Agriculture to assist him or her with pesticides if they need, better practices in growing the coffee so that it gets a better yield. Now, here in Uganda, and I want my brother, the board member of UCDA, to assist us. A farmer who produces coffee is left in the hands of the middlemen who buy the coffee and determine the price. They are the ones who determine the price, by the way. And because this farmer has no other alternative, you know, the coffee, even if you drink it, you cannot drink 100 bags. It means that man or woman will buy at the price he or she has determined. At the end, if this year he has made a big loss, next year will not grow the coffee. He will not maintain it. And when he doesn't maintain it, the production goes what? Down. Sometimes the price might go up and whatever. Now, I would have been happier, I don't know if you see this here, that you are coming to speak like the Nairobi Exchange auction. That we are coming here to bring then like something like an exchange, an auction for Uganda, so that a farmer will be able to determine a price at any time. For example, I'll give an example. Right now in Kenya, PB, if you know coffee, that's the 3rd grade, is going for $460 a bag of 50 grams, a bag of 50 kilograms. That means a kilogram is more than $8 because on an exchange. While for you who produces the best coffee here, a kilogram is less than $3. Now, what the Kenya market is doing is coming to buy, I'll give an example of Bujusu, buy coffee in Bujusu at a cheaper rate, go and get 60 kilograms to mix 260 kilograms of Kenya to get the better flavor, a better aroma, smoothness, and make that money at the expense of the farmers in the region. So, you, Uganda Investment Authority, you have the following to answer. You want a small farmer to invest in what? So that he qualifies to be get a license of investment authority. 2, what do you want to do so that that poor farmer can make money to be able to sustain the growth of what? Of coffee. 3, how are you dealing with middlemen who come with nothing but are able to access the credit which you are talking about from ADB, from Uganda, these commercial banks of ours, and come and buy the coffee at the lowest price because they are the determinants of the price. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll give Mr. Angelo about 7 to 8 minutes to try and respond to those questions.
Thank you very much. So, you know, public authorities are in the business of solving problems. So we take whatever feedback with grace and humility. Have you guys had a chance to read Professor Luyingo's book on Uganda and Indian colony? There's a whole section there on the Bugisu coffee scheme, which I think will address much of what we are talking about here. The Bugisu coffee scheme was an attempt by, I said earlier that coffee is a social and political crop. It was an attempt by farmers in Bugisu to take control and determine their commercial future. And they did this in interesting ways. One is they decided to come together and form their own cooperative society. I know that Honorable Nandala and my sister there has talked about mindset. And there's a tendency to define the coffee farmer in terms of the small holder. And yet at the same time, and this is a contradiction in terms, you want to speak about the growth of coffee as an enterprise and high what I said earlier, justice for the coffee farmer is a fair price for their crop. How do you deal with that contradiction? Because Honorable Nandala says that I don't understand a coffee farmer because a coffee farmer is someone who is incapable of thinking investment, even if he is a descendant of the people from the Bugisu coffee scheme. At the height of their powers, the Bugisu coffee farmers had a capital base of between 4 to 6 million pounds. This is 1950s. I wonder how much is that in today's money. But forget about Bugisu. Okay, let's talk about Acholi, for example. Acholi District Administration. Acholi was a ranching economy. If you defined a farmer, a rancher in Acholi by the number of cows they have, or by the fact that they don't understand the complexities of the beef or the hide and skins market, then you have the wrong mindset. In 1963, the Acholi District Administration had 4 million pounds in the bank. In fact, they were making so much money that the central government authorities here refused to give them extra money. They were paying bursaries, financing the export of their beef. I think the right mindset is not to treat to infantilize the coffee farmer and treat them as if they are incapable of thinking and acting big. I know about auctions. It's one of the options we have, But how are you going to think about playing in the futures market when, by your definition, a coffee farmer is someone who has a small plot, grows their coffee, weeds it, and is incapable of thinking of coffee as an investment? You guys help me out here, okay? How is that coffee farmer going to participate in a coffee auction? The auction is not a new idea. That coffee marketing board was an example of a government auction, okay? For a long time, when Uganda had public companies, they would stabilize the price, buy the coffee, aggregate it, and market it at auction. Of course, we're all intelligent people here. We know how the coffee auction works abroad. That is where the money is made in the futures market. If I had my own funds, yes, I might take government money, purchase 25% of the crop, and market it at an auction. The coffee auction remains an option available. But like I said earlier, the only way to make this work is when people come together and follow the path set by the Bugisu in the 60s, which is the only way to scale is to form your own organizations, harness the power of organization, okay, and then act big. I am not in the business of defining coffee farmers in such infantile terms as people who remain where they are. If you're thinking progress, you must assume that the coffee farmer is worthy of modern aspects of organization. In any case, Honorable Nandala was talking about, what a coffee farmer needs is government extension services. These are all interlocking assets. I spoke about the public sector earlier and how much foregone revenue goes as investment in there. But it's interlocking, okay? It's interlocking in a sense that you want good agricultural practices at the farm level, but at the same time you want a system that as it goes above acquires the best price for Ugandan coffee wherever it is being sold, okay? So the first thing I think we should do, ladies and gentlemen, okay, is stop thinking about coffee farmers the way the colonialists used to think about coffee farmers, as people incapable of growth. You know, the way Nandala has defined the coffee farmer is the way the coffee farmers have been defined for decades. And yet there will be people here who have their coffee. Anyway, to get the investment license, what we do not want is cash. Okay, we value your investment. If you are sitting on 3-4 acres of coffee, we know that 3-4 acres of coffee is worth X amount of bags, and we'll calculate this, the basis of on the basis of that, we give you an investment license. It's not actually cash. I'm going to share the criteria for the investment license with you. Anyone can get that license. We value the business. Now, when it comes to credit, in the public sector, public finance, government of Uganda has lowered what you call requirements for access to credit. Now, this may sound like it is it's rocket science, but it's not. Today, you can get a facility, or like I said, up to 400 million if you need it, on untitled land. Untitled land. Okay? They are financial instruments. These are taxpayer money, by the way, because the money is actually taxpayers. We give it to microcredit societies, we give it to UDB, okay? That say, if you're trying to grow your business, you're a farmer, and I told you earlier that 65% of the portfolio of UDB is primary agriculture, which means what we're discussing here, agro processing, and maybe some manufacturing. You can get commercial facilities at the lowest rate in the market, and the requirements are very low. Untitled land, unregistered entities. Okay? You can even get money by presenting a contract. Someone wants to buy your coffee. They have given you a contract. Yes, you can get money like that. All of these benefits are here, and what I wanted to communicate today is that you have to, as a group, you have to find a way of leveraging this knowledge for the coffee farmers that you want to assist. Now I'll go briefly and deal with Mr. Kalibala. The Investment Code Act, yes, it has some issues, but I have also read Siatini's comments on it, and I invited them to participate in the regulations which you are writing now. So there's an opportunity there to address these issues on who is an investor or the other concerns you have. The regulations are just being written now, and you should participate fully. It's a public process. The investment license does not allow, does not encourage someone to acquire land illegally. It's an entirely different thing. So the license is just a document that says that you can take benefit of public resources. So if someone comes to a village and says, "Oh no, I'm an investor and I have a license," yeah, they are also registered in other. They are incorporated, for example, right? They pay taxes, etc., etc. They shouldn't. But we can talk about the protection of land assets another time. This is a different issue. If you're talking about the aggression that we see on land assets, I would refer you to, it's not published now, but you remember there was an inquiry on land. They did 3 voluminous reports that detail chapter and verse of what's going on. And these are not crimes, by the way, that are committed by foreign investors. This, now I can speak to you as Ugandans, this is a Ugandan disease. People have such thirst for land. I know people who are like, someone has got a job as a clerk somewhere sitting on 2 square miles of land. In the north, land disputes are like 60% of all disputes. If you read the police crime report, you see that a lot of crimes of passion are related to land. Okay, this is not something that is unique to coffee farmers, my sister. Okay, if someone is going and aggressing on land, don't point the finger at investors. Just look around you. One of these days, I'll come and talk about home building and home ownership and the problems associated with our inability to finance a stable home culture. It's similar to what we're dealing with coffee. So this is not a challenge of investors. Someone is coming there and saying that the investment license entitles them to acquire land. I'll tell them to look elsewhere. There are areas of this country where I pay special attention, like Karamoja. You know, the land problems in Karamoja have nothing to do with with investors per se, even if it's a planned mining sector since 1942. Nearly 70% of the entire land in those 7 districts is in government hands. And authorities, National Forestry Authority, etc., etc., and mining licenses. But the land problems in that area are just, they are domesticated. They are within that region, and they express themselves differently. Now, Rogers, financing remains the elephant in the room. I think we need to put our heads together and find ways of democratizing cheap credit. If I had an opportunity, we could sit in a working group and look at the options that are available. But this is where we do the hard work, because you need to look at and there's no way around it. You have to look at the economic outlook at the global level, at the regional level, look at the hard economy today, and then look at sources of credit. On a regular day, we deal with Ugandan businesses that are participating, for example, in the oil and gas sector. There, because it's capital intensive, you look within our banks and you'll be hard pressed to find like $400 million in the entire banking sector available for Ugandan borrowers. And that's a crisis, okay? Let alone the fact that the rates applied are very high. It's a real crisis. So in the coffee sector, I know that there have been discussions in the agricultural sector of setting up separate facilities just to deal with cheap credit. But there's no way around it. We have to look at the real sector. Those of you who came late, I started by saying, if you noticed yesterday, there was an insolvency notice in the newspapers with regard to Great Lakes Coffee, which is down the street here. Okay? But in June and July, I have been told encumbered assets in the Ugandan market here, people who have mortgaged their land and their properties, will flood this market. So banks are sitting on underperforming assets. They'll start their auctions around the end of June. So those of you who have got money, you can buy them cheaply, but it also it's a sign that businesses are going to be suffering. So the credit issue is something that we need to sit down and say, like we said at the beginning, how can we wall off cheap and long-term capital for our use? I think I covered most of it. I left a document here for Brenda. It's an investment memo. It's a summary. Let me show you, because I oversaw the writing of this, but it's basically a summary of what the state of investment is. At the end of the year, we'll publish a much more detailed report, which the way we do it is we take all economic data in the country and we try and do the analysis sector by sector and look at how the public sector is helping achieve impact. So I can send a soft copy. You guys can take a look at it. Those of you who want to assist us, do a better job, we welcome your contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angelo. And thank you for trying to stick within the time allocated. So I want to request, we're going to have our next presentation will be from one of our consultants. We have done a study specifically looking at the fiscal policies within the agribusiness sector. But before we have that, I would like to request that for our own interest, we get to just do a quick round of introduction, which we should have done much earlier, so that we get to know who is in the room. And then I'll give about 3 to 5 minutes to the Executive Director of Siatini to just share her brief remarks on some of these issues that even Angelo talked about. And then we'll take a break, and then from there we'll have the next presentation from the consultant. So I can start with a table here, and we just mention your name and your institution or where you're coming from, and then we can get to the next session.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kagawa Muhumza. I'm a consultant in international trade finance, and I'm also a coffee farmer. Thank you.
My name is Tumwa Sliver. I work for Food Rights Alliance as a program officer, resilience and equitable market systems, also a scholar of agri-enterprise development. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm George Tumuhimbise. I work with the Mbende NGO Forum. I'm a farmer and a community monitor, and I'm glad to be in this meeting.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nice Musana. I work with Siatini, Uganda. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ahabu Kizia, working with the Mbende NGO Forum. I'm a farmer.
Good morning once again. My name is Roger Sturiawe. I work with Action Frontiers.
Good morning again. I'm Rita Luhulwa. I work with Advocacy Coalition for Sustainable Agriculture. In short, it is AXA.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Adrina Twine. I work with SF Uganda. SF Uganda is Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Chirenga. I work for the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. Our interest here is basically human rights within the business fraternity and the coffee value chains.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Richard Miro from Makerere University, College of Agricultural Sciences, but focusing on extension systems. I'm also the Vice Chair of the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, which brings together extension workers and professionals. Pleased to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dora Mukimba. I work with the Poverty Alleviation and Community Development Foundation as a project officer. We are based in Imbali. I'm also a community monitor. We are partnering with Siatin on identifying violations in the communities in the coffee value chain.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nabkwas Jane Josephine. I work with the Poverty Alleviation and Community Development Foundation as a project officer and as also a monitor. We are interested in the human rights violations in the coffee chain.
My name is Naim Akab Patrick. I work with Mbari Farmers Association. I'm an extension link farmer as well as a monitor. Thank you. Morning, everyone. My name is Ronald Naura. I'm a lawyer. I work with a private law firm called MS Namanya Kaforeka and Company Advocates. We offer agribusiness advisory services. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robert Turiachira from the Environment Shield, Deputy Executive Director, and I'm also a specialist in sustainable development.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I am Okaso Daniel Olila. I'm from Makerere University.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bosco Vyargawa. I'm a community monitor in the NGO forum. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Zephaniah Kato, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I'm in the Department of Labor. And I'm also a Leo Huduma Fellow 21. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Semambo Julius is my name. I'm representing Pelam, Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Onanyang, PA to Chairman Nandala. Thank you.
And Nandala, I'm a chairman of this cooperative union.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Wanyu. I'm from Slow Food Uganda, the Slow Food Coffee Coalition.
Yes, good morning. My name is Ali Twaha, Vision Group.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Afka from Siatini, Uganda.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Huntington Patrick Owere is my name. I work with Siatini, Uganda.
Good morning, all. My name is Okiria Jude, a farmer and a lecturer at Bustema University, Soroti.
I think the people behind. Okay, I can.
Good morning once again. My name is Nicholas Musoke, an independent researcher.
Good morning. My name is Matia Etedu from Ministry of ESC Affairs, a Regional Integration Officer. Thank you.
I am Alan Shepard. I'm involved with farmers in Bulamburi area.
Emmanuel Diao. I work with the Oxfam, heading the business development services. We work also with the coffee value chain, trying to really promote Ugandan coffee out of this country. Thank you very much.
Good morning, comrades. I'm Jen Narunga, Siatini, Uganda.
No one is responding to the good morning, so I'll skip it. I'm Mwebeka Libala. I'm a member of Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability.
Hello, everyone. I'm Grace Namugambe from Siatini, Uganda.
Good morning. I'm Jose Masekalema from Siatini, Uganda.
Good morning. I'm Nachiganda Mary Garrity from Smart 24 TV.
Bernard Mukoni from Balambuli Kwigate Coffee.
Thank you very much. So at this point, I would like to call upon the Executive Director, Siatini, to give her brief remarks. And then after that, we'll have a quick break of 10 minutes, and then we can get into the next presentation.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Good morning. Good morning, all of you. My sincere apologies. I won't go into the reasons for making this program upside down. There were a number of challenges. I would like to welcome you to this very, very, very important meeting. The issue of coffee is the issue of our livelihood, not just as individuals, but also as a country. Because coffee has the potential to increase incomes at the household level, but also at the national level. because we shouldn't be looking at them, the producers, them, but we also need to look at the country, because coffee is the biggest earner, isn't it? Maybe gold. It was gold, but I don't know. Gold also has its own challenges. But it's coffee which has those backward and forward linkages, unlike gold. So it's a matter of our survival as a country. As a country, we are indebted, and coffee provides us with that opportunity to be able to get out of indebtedness at individual, household, and also national level. So it's really important. I'm speaking after Angelo, who has addressed a number of those issues, so I'll be brief in my comments. We are operating on a small scale in Bugisu and Mubende. And what we have realized is that there are actual challenges across the entire value chain, but especially at the beginning of the value chain, which is the production, which is the small-scale producers. Angelo, the small-scale producers are still there. Many of them, and it's real that they are small, they are vulnerable, and they face a number of challenges. So this meeting, for me, what I hope we should do is to be able to analyze those challenges across the value chain, from production. What are the reality on the ground facing small-scale producers when they are producing? Issues around inputs, where in Mubende, people don't know. They know everybody is an expert. Every farmer is an expert. You sit with a farmer who will tell you, don't do cutting D, do cutting C. Don't do that. You know, everybody is an expert. But there has to be experts from government. We also found out that although there are some licensed nurseries, but not so many people know. Small-scale producers don't know where those nurseries are, and the price, they don't have it. So they share. They uproot and plant and share. Issues of finance, and I think we need to be real when we are talking about finance. What we found out, they don't need a lot of money, but they don't have it. Even what Honorable Nandala was talking about, even to buy fertilizers, they don't have that money. But also money to be able to sustain their lives, because that's the source of income. What we found out, that small-scale farmers sell flowers. When the coffee plant brings flowers, they sell it. The middleman will say, the flower is not very good. I'm going to give you so much for an acre. And they sell it. Sometimes they sell a season. This season, I have sold my 1 acre. And the challenge with that is that they told us when they sell a season, the person who has bought the season will harvest everything. The red berries, the green berries, everything. You know, it's like scorched earth policy, everything taken. But this is also going to affect the quality of the coffee. So these are some of the realities on the ground which we need to talk about. Angelo, you have said that maybe we go back to the past of Bugisu. That we need a turnaround of the policies we are following, because today, Bugisu, we hadn't talked about the structured adjustment programs, liberalization, privatization, deregulate. We need to rethink those policies. And I remember that time we even had a stabilization fund, the Stabex fund. You stabilize the price. Today there is no price. Somebody would just say, you better sell your coffee because people are going to sell for Christmas. Then you scramble. We can't do business in such a fashion. There are things which we need to rethink seriously if we are to say we are coffee growers. And we can learn lessons from Vietnam, the way they handle their sector. the role of the state is clear there. But for us, the state is not there, middlemen. And that's why the quality is going down, you know. So we need to rethink our policies. We need to do that. And for me, I think we also need to rethink, when we talk about processing, we are looking at processing soluble coffee and all that. I was in Nakori just, I think, end of last year, and they are experimenting with very good creams. Cream, oil, scrubs. I bought a few, gave some, and they didn't have many. We wanted to buy a lot. They said, no, we don't have. And everybody I gave was saying, wow, you know, the smell is so nice. So we need to think outside the box and be able to look at that. The issue of consumption. All of us, we talk about, when you go to these big hotels, I don't know whether they also have it here, Nescafe. And what we have realized in the smaller hotels, which I won't name, they get coffee from India and Indonesia. Ask Brenda, we have been fighting with people in hotels, telling them, take it away. In fact, one time we told the hotel manager that I'm going to deduct our money, and we are going to buy our own coffee and tea. But we are not taking Indian and Indonesian coffee. It's also that mindset. And we tell people in hotels, you tourists stay in your hotel. How is a tourist going to buy coffee, if they haven't taken that coffee? So we need to make that linkage between tourism and our coffee, you know, so that when we process our coffee, there are buyers out there. And some of us, when we travel, we have been taking coffee, you know, and people appreciate it. So we need to think outside the box. But there are also broader issues which we need to think about, because coffee is part of the broader economy. And the way we run our economy will affect the coffee sector, because you can't remove the coffee sector from the broader economy. I have talked about the role of the state. It's not there. Or if it's there, it's minimal, and government has to be there. When you look at the Ministry of Trade, if we are to trade, the Ministry of Trade has to play a key role. Today, when you look at the budget of agro-industrialization, it's about 1.7 trillion, 1.5 only agro-industrialization. And here we are talking about agriculture, MAIF, all those letters. We are talking about MTIC, trade, industry, and cooperatives. I just want you to go, and from the budget, look at how much money is going to trade. You'd be shocked. I don't want to hold a brief for trade, but I'm passionate about trade. And I know if we produce to the standard and we get the markets out to there, we can be able to get out of poverty. But just go in the entire budget, even for last year, get out and see how much we are giving trade. You'll be shocked. A country which doesn't trade, you depend on loans and aid, isn't it? And this is where we are. So that we need to change that. We need to be able, and maybe on the budget, UNBS, look at UNBS. How much are they being given? And without quality, you can't trade. Even on the domestic market, I was discussing with some people, they're saying, I can't take Ugandan peanut butter, I can't, because of that standard. So even we can't compete on our own market if the quality is bad. We need to look at that. The global dynamics, Angelo has talked about them. We need to be aware of what's going on, you know, issues around climate change, you know, and we need to position ourselves to be able to say, that issue is coming. If Europe is doing that, and we are working on that, we engage the European Parliament, and we are telling them no, there is a tax CBAM, tax on what. I said no. The transition, the climate change transition to the clean energy, it has to be just, it has to be fair. We are not the people, the poor people. We didn't contribute to what's going on, but we are being penalized. But we need to be aware of that. We need to plan. Like Angelo said, we need to look for alternative markets. But how do we look for them? When we don't have commercial attaches in our embassies. Again, look at the budget. Commercial attaches, they are not there. So we need a rethink. We need a deep rethink. And if we don't do that, we are going to get loans, we are going to drown in loans, we are going to drown in poverty. So, another issue, our project is about fair for all, power of voices. We want people to speak out, the entire value chain actors. And this meeting, that's why for Honorable Nandala, he's a co-farmer, but he's also in Parliament, and I think there are other policy makers and government people. So we need that dialogue, for us to be able to chart our way forward. So that's the power of voices. Let people speak out. Let us change the policies and the mindset. But we're also talking about fair for all, fair for everybody who is in that value chain. And what we have realized, it isn't fair. The small producers are getting nothing. And if you push somebody against the wall, they don't come out fighting. Some of them, they just leave. They go into other things. Maybe they go into Moringa, and then Moringa, they will tell them, cut it, there is no market. They will meander around. But at the end of the day, it's this country which is going to suffer, So we talk about human rights also, the rights of the people to be able to get a fair income, So when we talk about value chains working very well, for who? Is it for the middlemen or is it for the small-scale producers? So these are all the issues which we need really to discuss. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jen. I very much understand how most of you would like to give some comments, especially Mr. Chirenga. But because of time and because we have the plenary later, I kindly request that we can keep our comments to when that time comes. So right now, would like to break off for tea and coffee. For only 10 minutes, we can have a working tea, but we'll take a healthy break of 10 minutes, and then we'll convene at 7 minutes past 11. So thank you very much. I think our time starts now. ministries. We have the legislators.
We have the legislators. We have the legislators. We have the legislators. We have
the fact that state actors and non-state actors must work together if we are to be able to speak about strengthening our value chains. And I think even moving forward to the next presentations we're going to have, we'll clearly have that link come out clearly. So we've talked so much about maybe the challenges, and now I want to invite Mr. Nicholas to take us through his presentation so that we can also have that aspect of understanding some of those fiscal policies. And once he's done, I request that we can be able to share our inputs because this will help in even shaping the study that we are conducting. Thank you very much.
we got from the break, we head into our coffee court discussions this evening. With the coffee sector pushing initiatives and roadmaps to attain industrial production targets, as well as many challenges that remain unsolved, and they continue to look for ways. Tonight in the coffee court, Ron and I with the CNE's sector, and where sector as well.
Million bags in the near future for export. Coffee is currently the second most traded commodity worldwide. And for Uganda, it is the most traded. Like I said earlier, it is the biggest or largest employer in agriculture. And it brings in the most revenue. But currently, for the last 12 consecutive months, according to the international coffee data, our exports have been decreasing. And of course, scientists or researchers attribute this to drought, they attribute this to poor research, and maybe lack of value addition. So what are your insights in that, or what is the trend as Siatin?
Okay, thank you so much. I agree entirely with you that coffee is it's our gold, you know, and it should be really our gold because it has the potential to increase our incomes at household level, but also at national level by increasing those exports, adding value. But I think we need to be clear as a country the kind of environment we are operating in, because you see we is one of those products, or the market for coffee is very volatile, it's very unstable, you know, and we are entering that market at the lower end of the value chain because we are exporting raw beans mainly. I think around 90% or 98% of our export of coffee is raw beans. And then another challenge is that at national level, we don't consume that coffee. We are exporting it. And we import the finished product, the coffee we take. So I think we need to, if we are to strengthen our coffee sector so that it's meaningful for everybody, all value chain actors, we need to look at those challenges when it comes to production, challenges when it comes to processing, challenges when it comes to consumption and also export. Where are we when it comes to production? What are the challenges and how do we address it? So for each segment of the value chain, we need to be conversant of the challenges and also looking at the solutions, whether the current solutions are working or not. But for me, I think we need to government needs to put more effort in that analysis.
Maybe to paint the picture very deep for you and depict it real good, the global market generates around 460 billion US dollars. That is by last year. Now, the companies that trade in coffee globally generate 25 billion US dollars. Only 25, including Brazil, Kenya, and Colombia, Uganda inclusive. And do you know how much Uganda makes or generates from this? Only 0.07%. And this is a country that is ranked as one of the biggest, exporter of coffee. We have a variety of coffee that is really nice. So the issues vary, and I want us to digest deep into them. Let's begin with value addition. Intensifying the product right away from the baristas, the processors, to the cup, whether in Uganda or abroad. How best can value addition be intensified?
Okay, how do we intensify value addition? We need to ask ourselves, when we talk about value addition, what are we looking at? Is it getting soluble coffee or not? Because what you have said is true. Our share of the entire cake of the coffee business is very small, but we are the basis of that business because we are the people who grow coffee. But because we are selling raw coffee beans, that's why we have that 0.07 whatever, and that one also fluctuates every year, because we don't control the price at that global level. There are efforts at global level to see how they stabilize the prices at the global market. That's an issue at that level, because by the way, they need our coffee and they want us to continue growing. So that's another issue altogether. But back home, when we talk about value addition and our desire to sell soluble coffee, to sell powdered coffee, there is a challenge, because in Europe, I have been to Europe a number of times anyway, it's so difficult to take coffee. Starbucks, coffee is expensive. You go even at the airport, coffee is very expensive. Because they also have a culture, they want to brew the coffee there, the aroma, coffee shops and all that. And it might be difficult for us to penetrate that market, even the distance between here and those countries. You process it here, by the time it reaches there, the time difference and all that.
So what you're saying is the soluble coffee for Uganda is unattainable?
It can be, but it also require a lot of branding, because markets are also looked for and negotiated. For me, what I think, one, we need to look for new markets. Maybe in Asia, Arab countries, we can be able to penetrate those markets instead of the European market. Two, we need to diversify when we talk about value addition for coffee. Some time back, I went to Nakori. Nakori is where is it? In Mukono, Chichusa. They are doing some experiments in adding value to coffee with the creams. The creams are amazing. I have a number of friends who are making oil, coffee oil. It's amazing for the skin, the scrubs, the soaps. So we can break into that. The drinks, there are countries which do coffee wine. I see coffee warage, I don't know how good it is, but that's also an area which we can break into.
Yeah.
So we need to diversify when we talk about processing, because now when we talk about processing coffee, it has been coffee powder and all that. But again, we also need at national level here, at domestic level, we need also to look at our consumption of coffee, We don't consume our coffee. Most of us don't take coffee, and maybe it's really interesting, because the white man who brought coffee told us, don't drink it. It will bring palpitation. We care for your,
say it's medicinal.
we care for your health, but you bring it to us, So we started taking tea, and we are tea people, but we need also to change that.
So we are brainwashed.
Brainwashed, sort of. We need to change that. Know that coffee is also good for our health. Drink our own coffee, but we also need, because even that brainwashing, we have been to a number of hotels. They have Nescafe, and the lower hotels, by the way, they have coffee from India and Indonesia. You know, we need to change that. We need to drink our coffee, because also we need to link our coffee to tourism. But you go to a hotel full of tourists and they are taking Nescafe. How do you expect that tourist to go in the supermarket and buy your coffee and take it to where she's coming from? Because she hasn't drank it. She doesn't even know that Uganda will produce coffee. You know, so we need to change that mindset.
Maybe away from value addition, let's look at the trees, the seeds. One of the stakeholders at this gathering I talked to you earlier about was saying that we need to look beyond. Farmers need to stop crying to government for help. They need to look at how they can make their trees resistant to drought, like other countries can.
I don't agree when you say farmers shouldn't cry to government. Government is there to serve the people. So if they can't cry to government, whom are they going to cry to? You know, the farmers are there to produce. Government is there to ensure that the farmers have standard and, you know, proper inputs, whether they are seedlings, whether they are pesticides, whether they are fertilizers. That's the role of government. And I think government has to play a bigger role there. We have been as Siatini, we work in Mubende, we work in with the coffee farmers and also in Bugesu. But one of the biggest challenge are the inputs, the seedlings. You ask, where did you get that one? I got it from somewhere. This is cutting C, this is cutting D. This is what, you know, farmers are confused out there. Government has been able to license some nurseries, but farmers don't even know that. They don't know. We went to Nakori. Nakori is coming up with very nice varieties, but the link to the farmers is a bit tenuous. You know, so government has to. I think we need more
research.
The research is being done. I think they are doing some good work when it comes to research. But extension workers, who would be the link between that very good research and the farmers? But you go to a number of villages, they are on their own, and they are their own expert. You sit with every farmer is an expert. Farmer will tell you, don't do cutting C, that's bad. Another one will say, cutting D is okay. So we need, because this is where our value chain starts from, the farmers and production. And we need quality production. And we are missing on that.
Yeah, there's also an issue of foreigners eating the bigger cake, especially foreigners that are invested in the coffee sector. They mentioned that 80% is taken by these foreigners. Now, domestically, us or locally, we are consuming around the 20. So you look at the private sector and then you see financing and funding. And what they're requesting for is something, not free money. Or these loans, they don't want free money. They want to be funded or to a capacity where they can compete, or the exporters can compete favorably and be able to, you know, make or eat the biggest cake of this share. What is your take on financing the private sector and funding?
I think financing for the private sector, right from, and when we talk about the private sector, by the way, the smallholder producer is also private sector. So funding the entire value chain, there are challenges, because you remember we had all these development banks, we had the cooperative banks, we had the cooperatives. So for me, I think government need to regulate, need to play a more visible role in the coffee value chain. The cooperatives are very, very important for the farmers in terms of providing
to the panelists. And I guess I am hoping that that should be okay. So at this point, I want to invite my session moderator, Mr. Jeremy Kagaba Muhumza, to come and invite the panelists to take it on from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I'm about to say good afternoon, just to let you know that we're well behind the time. I'll stop there on that comment. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kagaba Muhumuza. My area is commodity value chain financing, of which I've been in for the last 25 years. That's me. Now, I would like to introduce to you a distinguished panel, and these are as follows. And I would like to just set some ground rules that for this session, we shall have each panelist having 10 minutes each, and our discussion has been defined. It's important that we take note of this. The discussion has been defined, and it's as follows. The discussion is on unlocking the potential. Other topics we can discuss on another forum. The second point by private sector actors in the coffee, trade, and value chains. So these are the topics which we are going to discuss, for which I am assigning 10 minutes to each of our distinguished panel. Therefore, I'd like to invite the following guests of ours, and these are Honorable Rita Atukwasa Bwahika, who is a member of the Parliamentary Committee on Trade, Tourism and Trade. I would like to also invite Honorable Nandala Mafabi, who is the chairperson of Bugisu Cooperative Union Limited. Please come forward and take a seat if you don't mind. I would like to also invite Mr. John Wanyu of Slow Food Uganda to also join the panel. The chairs are allocated to the head. There's no particular order. Whichever is the most comfortable you can take. I would like to also invite Mr. Nelson Tugume, CEO of Inspire Coffee Uganda, to also come up and join us on the stage for the panel discussion. And I'd like to also invite Mr. George Tuhimbise, a farmer and community monitor for Mubende District. Please, if you don't mind, we'll be very pleased if you join us on the stage. So I'm going to allocate the microphone to our first presenter. And the reason why I'm doing this is because we're out of time, and I understand that today there's a presentation by the President to Parliament. So I would like to invite first Honorable Rita Atukwasa Bwahika to begin the discussion. Again, I'd like to emphasize that we don't have much time, so I'm giving you 10 minutes so we can have sufficient opportunity for you to take questions, which will be much more productive. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in your distinguished capacities. And I do recognize my senior colleague, Honorable Nanda Mafabi, not just a senior as a legislator, but a senior in coffee. So I'm wondering where am I going to start, and my qualities and experiences you bring to this table. I do appreciate Siatini for the unwavering efforts. They never stop to continue to bring such debates that enlighten us as Ugandans, but also as legislators, to be able to share in this multi-stakeholder space this afternoon. My name, once again, I'm Atukwasa Rita Bwahika, Member of Parliament, Barra City, and I do conduct business in Parliament on the Committee of Trade, Tourism, Industry and Cooperatives and Climate Change. And I am a gender specialist and a public policy analyst, so I'm very happy to hear the conversations that have come up in the report towards unlocking the potential of value chain, specifically for coffee For starters, I think the gender component that I should be very able to boldly state that from the study it is very, very clear that the women form the largest part of the upper pyramid turned upside down to be able to produce all this coffee. But when you go higher and higher, I think he was kind not to say the word disappear. I imagine even among the 50 exporters, there could be just a few. At least I have a classmate who exports coffee, and I am proud of her for doing that. But largely in the value chain, not just for coffee, but many other agricultural products, the women do disappear. Probably the study should have gone further to tell us why. Why would it be so? And you know, sometimes we get lost in a conversation, especially today, that people would want to divert us to say, the women are okay, the women are making it, yes, very well. But there are areas that still need a lot of attention. And coffee, being our largest export, requires a lot of attention. And in my duty to sit on this trade committee, it was a deliberate decision for me to always look out and say, what is it we can be able to do different? But the fundamental that we have not been able to address in Uganda comes to the land question. Coffee is a cash crop. And you know very well that by gender standards, cash crops do not belong to women. He has rightly stated that coffee grows over a span of a year. So that means if I am married and I'm going to utilize land that probably belongs to the clan or was given to my husband, I may not be able to grow crops that span that much. But also the responsibility of women to be able to feed the nation, which we proudly take, but without value accorded to it, is the biggest hindrance. So which means if we are to unlock the potential for coffee to become much more useful and increase the volumes, then we have got to sort of opt to find an alternative. Sometimes it's not about solving a problem in its entirety, but what alternative can be made available that these women are able to do that. Amazingly, in Mbarara City, I grew up not seeing coffee. I didn't even know how coffee looked like until I started to grow up and visit my grandfather in Intungamu. But recently, when I was there about a week ago, when you move around, I quickly noticed we are matoke producers, largely, and then milk. You'll find millet. But most of the banana plantations, especially in the area where I come from, Nyakayojo, which is more rural-like, are now mixed with coffee. And it got me thinking very quickly. Do these families have access to information in terms of food security, but also in terms of the long term, where they are going? Because in my simple understanding, I think coffee and bananas may not coexist very well. So are we moving towards losing the staple food for a cash crop? And what will that mean eventually? So which means there, as a leader, there is work to be done, but also as stakeholders, as you're gathered in this room, information and access to it is very important. So I got concerned because the story of Vanilla and Mukono is still fresh in our minds. What does that mean? So therefore, we need to address the role of women and how they can be able to benefit through the chain, which I think on the part of government, on the part of policy, is still lacking. Not structuring some of these things like the research said. You know, as a person who does gender analysis, some of these things are not just mistakes as per se. Why wouldn't coffee be structured? But who should take charge to structure and make sure that there is interconnectivity? Why everyone cries about a middle person is the role they play and how they disappear in thin air. That people are crying about them, but on paper, the research is not able to see them. And that is how they behave. Even if you went to these local markets, in Akawa, in Barra Central Market, even if you went to Busia, those middle persons are very evident in people's business lives, but on paper, they disappear. So we need to dig deeper. Where do they disappear to? To the extent that their taxes are not seen. So I think as a policymaker, as a legislator, that points to Uganda Revenue Authority. You know how we cry. We are looking for taxes, especially from people that make money. So I think that is a good pointer. URA. For us to be able to make sure that they are able to track, at least there is evidence that the middlemen are not seen. Where are they? Because you cannot have women pay little, you take much more, but you are not seen on paper in terms of paying for money. The PDM. As government and as a legislator, I think it is still a trial. In the recess, one of the things we are tasked is to go and find out how is the PDM doing, what is it doing. PDM gives people mandate that they will be able to determine what is it they want to produce and how collectively they would want to organize. Western region produces highest in coffee, but probably those are big, big producers. Will it fall into PDM? From where I come from, in Barra City, I don't see that much, because they are largely banana producers. It's visible by first record. You won't see coffee farmers. So probably you need to map out very clearly, who are those? Are they the PDM beneficiaries that you are making that recommendation, or the people producing coffee is a small margin of the PDM beneficiaries? Because the majority of Ugandans to benefit from PDM producing coffee, for instance in Barra City, might not be their priority. So probably we need to refocus. And as members of parliament, who would benefit especially from coffee feeds and seedlings of all nature? Because at least coffee seeds is one of the things that used to come visibly on the ground. The battle is still on, not yet concluded. As the rains are coming, the population is demanding for seeds. Where are the seeds? In PDM. Shall we be able to track them and deliver them to the people? That is still a puzzle to be able to solve. My last take is going to be, you mentioned that there is a need for enhancements on tax education. Probably there is a need for enhancement on coffee. My colleague Honorable Mandara may not have such a need, because coffee speaks for itself where he comes from. Even the statistics indicated that the Eastern has such a small portion, but the Elgon had the highest. So if we are talking about coffee today, should it be about enhancing tax education or enhancing the benefits of growing coffee and how it can better the communities and livelihoods? Lastly is on technologies. How do people grow coffee? It is a handhold largely that women's backs are still breaking. This year's International Women's Day was about innovation and technological advancement for gender equality. The African Union Agenda 2063, I am proud to say, with farmers, I think from the Elgon, one woman called Kongai Helen, she's a farmer. We moved together to Addis and she moved that resolution to be supported. That the handhold for the generations it has come, we should see it exit into a museum. But the efforts towards that are not visibly seen. So amidst this stakeholder engagement, in terms of technological transfers and looking at agriculture as a key economic activity for Ugandans and women whose backs break, that even when they are 90, they can only move looking down. I think we owe it to ourselves that as a country, can we deliberately focus? What is it that can be used to dig or to cultivate that makes it easier to till more land with less manual labor. I do thank you, and I hope I am within my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bwahika. I would like to say that you've done an excellent job in keeping your time. Actually, this is a real challenge for public speakers. There's a lot to speak about, a lot to talk about, that you've managed to keep within 10.5 minutes. This is commendable. And I would like to thank you also for your points, of which I would like to highlight very strong ones, and that's the contribution of women, the role of innovation and technology, PDM, how it's going to be tracked, the enhancement of coffee, food security, and bananas. Thank you very much for feeding us across the country. We have been to Mbarara. It's an excellent, but it's a very strong food crop and cash crop and in the country. People often underestimate it. Thank you very much. We'll move on. What we will do, I wanted to just share in terms of questions, because if we just open the questions at this point, we may overshoot our time, and it's only a morning session and a part afternoon, so we will not be able to take all the questions individually on a back and forth basis. So what we are proposing is we shall let the speakers have their say, let them talk. If you have questions, please note them down, and your questions are valuable. And after they have spoken, we shall then allot questions, and then you can decide who will answer your question. So if you have a question, please identify a speaker on the point of which you want to raise your question, and at that point we shall allow you to ask the question. Now I would like to also now to move on, maybe from a legislator. I don't know if Honorable Nandala is going to go to listen to the president. I'm not sure. So I wanted to move on from a legislator to a business person on the value chain, and that's Mr. Nelson Tugume. Next, if you don't mind. And again, I would like to confirm it's 10 minutes, and this is a challenge for all of us. 10 minutes to talk about the topics which are unlocking the potential for the value chains, which I think you are an expert, and I know you very well for that, and the policies and practices and how these influence the private sector and the value chains. So I'm starting a timer off. Your target is 10 minutes and a half.
Thank you, Jeremy. To you all, good afternoon or good morning. I'm not sure what the morning is. My name is Nelson Tugume, a coffee entrepreneur. And today I'm not going to talk like I'm a second coffee generation farmer, meaning my grandfather, my father have been involved in the coffee sector. But today I'm going to speak to you because when I come to this room very well tiled, I can see fantastic lights. I'm not going to talk like a farmer. I want us to take discussion to probably the next level. We all know that the total value of coffee sales or revenues is 460 billion. And I'm dealing with the big animal in this room where you have only 26 billion goes to the producer countries. That is your Brazil, Colombia, Nicaragua, Honduras, Uganda, Tanzania, and all these combined. Fantastic discussions Siatin brings us, and you want us to continue talking about the 26 billion. So today in the room, if I'm to be alone, I want to put it clear, I'm not going to talk about the 26 billion because I'm tired of that discussion. I want to talk about where the real money is, and that's the 460 billion that combines all of us. And therefore, very good to say coffee is a cash crop. I take coffee to be a beverage, and I think that's where most of us in Africa probably have gone wrong. I'll start with what probably Jeremy and other people talk about. When big, like I said before, I'm going to talk like we're in a boardroom in Geneva, and there is Sukafina, there is a small players like Inspire Africa Coffee, there is a small players like Uganda, you know, Bugisu Cooperative, Ankole, and we are still talking about a woman hand-picking coffee. You guys, we are still sleeping. Let me tell you something, friends. Did you know that 20% of our coffee produced here are being exported, or the business is run by multinationals? I think we know that. isn't it? The 20% of us, the small players, Mr. Nana Mafabi, myself, and others, 90% of us are in the armpits of multinationals. So why are you talking about coffee? Coffee is not yours, you African people. Why are you talking about coffee? Just forget about it until you tackle and deal with certain things. Vietnam the other day came here in 1994, got exact copy of how Uganda does it. They're about 1 million bags. Right now, they are 35 million bags. What I'm talking about, friends, is that every year, just been on a call by a GM manufacturer who manufactures soluble coffee plants in Germany. He has told me, Nelson, every year we are putting an equipment of soluble coffee plant in Vietnam. Every year. Can I be in discussion where we are discussing that how do we get financing for a 50 million coffee equipment, soluble, to bring it in Uganda, probably in the next 2 months? Friends, I want to bring you this experience. Right now, I have orders of about $80 million to supply the Balkans. That is Eastern Europe. I talked to my financier and say I have the orders. Yesterday I was burying my uncle in Tungamo. And the farmers asked me, you said last season you were coming to buy coffee. They even took me in the chambers. You see how red it is and we are waiting for you. What's your problem? Why are you not coming to buy the coffee? They even told me, Nelson, we're going to give away this coffee to these middlemen because you're not coming forth. Actually, they told me, I think they were very honest or modest with me. They were actually simply telling me you're a liar. And therefore, Siatina and all friends, if we are talking about the financing model on coffee, we are lying ourselves. You have a multinational which spends $3 million a day, and for you in Uganda to get $3 million of working capital, it takes you a year. When you go to all these development banks, I don't want to mention their names, the hell out of what you need to access that, I don't think any Ugandan development person will. So friends, if I'm not in a room at Africana that is talking about financing, then this discussion I can have it in my small little bar in Tungamo, of talking about how women are still handpicking. We shouldn't be talking about how women are still handpicking coffee and breaking their backs. I think we should have fixed this through what we should call the technology transfer, the value addition. At my plant, I have a color sorter from Japan, and it replaces what women will do in 2 months. It will do it in just an hour. And therefore, I've told all the women in my village, and I've told them, you guys, I don't want you to come here and I give you 5,000 and you think I'm doing anything. I want you to handpick your coffee very well. Make sure you give me the best quality. If I've been giving you 2,000, I want to put it at 4,000 so that everyone gets better in this value chain by breaking your backs. So my friends, as I conclude, if we are not fighting to get on the 460 billion, that's at the consumer level. And how do we do that? Value addition, value addition, value addition. And therefore, members of parliament here, I want to hear a policy proposal supporting that we need the next plant probably of $50 million to do instant coffee here. I was in South Africa just recent. We got an off-take and said, Nelson, do you have instant coffee? I need 2 containers every week. Can we sign a contract right now? I kept like this. Because he had seen us talking about Ugandan coffee being the best and all that. And we couldn't move forward. I know if there's instant coffee here, all of us bring our coffee and value added to this project, I know the farmer will deserve what it takes. I know all the bad beans, broken beans and everything will be eaten by that soluble coffee plant. And therefore, then you keep competing for the green, good beans, meaning that the farmer will get much better money. So friends, I'm saying, Can we focus on markets? Can we focus on value addition? Can we focus on financing? I want to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson Tugume. You have broken the record. You've actually finished in 8 minutes and 47 seconds, which is a new record for today. Thank you very much. Also, I'd like to just highlight 1 or 2 points which I really liked about your presentation, and I'm grateful to hear, and that is technology. And technology as a factor in helping drudgery or making the job easier. I wonder what your comment will be about job creation. I also like the fact that you mentioned something about another type of coffee, which we talk about, green beans and so on, but you talked about soluble and instant coffee. So the other members will have questions about that later. We've heard about plans of that nature in the past in the country, but the questions will come, and I'll leave it to the audience to give you their questions. I'd like to now invite somebody I've heard about for the last 30 years as a young farmer and as a banker in my days, and as a visitor to Mbale and that area many times, and that is our legislator, Honorable Nandala Mafawi, who's most popularly known for his work in Parliament, but here we are looking at you as the chairman of, chairperson, I apologize. Chairman, the chairman of Bugisu Cooperatives Union, and we would like to hear about your take on the unlocking the potential. This is very important, the potential of coffee value chains. And you as a legislator, maybe you have an insight on policy, which is an important part of today's discussion. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would request you to give me slightly a few more 2 minutes. I'll use hers and what you left.
Okay, so that's 12 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Of course, my name is Nandala Mafawi. I'm the chairman of Bugisu Cooperative Union. And to demonstrate I'm a chairman, I want to ask my PA to give every table at least a minimum of 3 packets, or no, a maximum of 3 packets of coffee. And I want you to smell it so that you see the aroma. And I'm going to speak from that perspective. And just give them as we're going to. As he's giving away, I am asking Satana, thank you so much for inviting us, and especially my sister from Trade. I'm asking that the next meeting we should have the following: the Minister for Finance to answer what Tugumi has raised, the Minister of Trade to answer the aspect of marketing, the Minister of Agriculture to deal with the best practices we're talking about, how to produce, UCDA, and with the farmers. And without them, we might be talking to ourselves. I was so happy that when Professor Runyigo was launching his book, I was invited as the guest, I think the chief guest, which talks about from colonialism to colonialism. And of course, we just had a whole chapter, and they talked about Bugisu Coffee Scheme. And I want to make this comment about Bugisu Coffee Scheme. Basically, it is Bugisu Cooperative Union, which was formed in 1954, which had created the Bugisu Coffee Scheme. The purpose that when it was good times, they will pick some money, which from their sales, keep there, and when it's bad, they will come and pick so that they give farmers. So that farmers know. In fact, they had created their own central bank to regulate the prices of coffee so that farmers don't suffer shocks. And in 1962, when Uganda was going to get independence, the British asked these poor people where are they going to get the money so that we give them independence. There were only 2 tribes which produced money, and I want to state it without fear. Bugisu and from Bugisu Coffee Scheme brought 300,000 pounds, and Uganda brought 500,000 pounds. So we made a total of 800,000 pounds, and that's why we got our independence. The Bazungus knew we had the money. Now, people talk about coffee, that when I drink it, I have heart heart attack and whatever. You know, some of you grew up in villages. You can share whatever, when it is over, I'll bring more. But I want you to feel the scent. You know, in the villages, big men eat liver and the kidneys. They will tell you that if a small kid ate it, he will have a heart what? No, he will have a kidney problem and whatever. Because it was the sweetest, what is the sweetest, they don't want children to participate in what? Eating it. Now you produce this coffee for the white man to go and drink. He tells you when you drink it, you'll have heart problem. But when he is drinking, would the white man accept to drink something which is poisonous? So he wants you to be his laborer so that you produce for him to go and drink. Some of you talk about chocolates. You eat chocolates. If you have ever smelled a chocolate, it smells coffee. They get coffee, they got chocolates with all this, but they must put coffee in that chocolate. The politics we know more is of oil because it's on a table. But there's a big politics of coffee which is under the what? The table. And the second traded commodity in this world after oil is coffee. For you may not have known, Vietnam came here to study how to grow coffee from Uganda. It took their blueprint. Now they are the leading producer than Uganda, which gave them. Brazil coffee is the coffee they got here, you call it chiboko. The seeds which Brazil planted, which is spread, came from Uganda here. So basically coffee is well known, and we Ugandans are not taking chances of our coffee. All of you know coffee was the leading foreign exchange in this country. Now, Uganda developed on that. The gold you are talking about is not your gold. They refine it in Entebbe here. But you know where it comes from. Because after refining and they take it out and say, oh, we're the leading gold what? Exporters. Is it Dag and Karamoja? No, it comes in as the raw material, they refine it, then the custom produces reports and says it's coffee. Now, Tugumi has raised important issues. That's why we want to deal with. Now, who is a farmer of coffee? Is that smaller scale person? You cannot tell me you'll go to Bujusa and say, I have brought a large scale producer here. So where are you going to take the Bajus who are there? You will bring a fourth or third world war in that area. But small as they are, 1 + 1 + 1 times 1,000 is equal to a big. I'll tell you this as an example as a chairman. The reason why we must deal with this with seriousness, and that's why I wanted UCDA here, is that these middlemen you talk about, Chagulanye, Ibero, what, are dangerous people. Me, I got a bullet in my leg because of that. But that is for another topic. These middlemen come and take the coffee, take it to roasters, who will roast that coffee and make espresso cup and sell it at $10. Espresso cup you are selling at $10 is not even worth a quarter a kilogram of coffee. Yet you have paid the farmer 10,000 shillings. It is painful that so when you're talking about coffee, that you deal with it as if it is just something small. We took a policy, deliberate effort. My story about, you can read about coffee business, how I have been in and how I've had problems with government. But we want to give you a live example of recent. And I want to tell my sister that coffee is grown as you can grow coffee, grow matoke, grow maize, because coffee is a tree. If you maintain it well and you put beans, you put coffee, matoke is there. So you'll have food, you'll have the coffee. And it is a product which does not need day-to-day maintenance. Just a moment you weed once a year, you're good to go. Well-maintained kilogram, well-maintained coffee will give you a minimum of 3 kilograms. That means if you have an acre of 400 trees, you will get 1,200 kilograms. If you're selling at 11,500, you can multiply and see. Will you go to the bank to borrow? No. Those who are talking of finance should be the Tugumes, and the finance is talking about. He's not talking about finance to go and do that farmer a day. You tell him good practice. But the finance is to make that coffee from that farmer come and be changed so that you sell it as a finished product. I have given you roasted coffees there. You taste it. If there's any coffee which can beat that coffee in this world, you come and I give you money. I'm serious on that. So now, this farmer, what does he need? We're saying he needs to be sure of the price. And the moment is the price, this mother of mine will go and grow the coffee. We took a deliberate effort. I'm giving examples so that you know what it can work. When I came in the union, initially coffee was 1,000 shillings. We moved it to up to 8,000. Of course, government came up, they threw me out. It came back to 2,000. We came back after 5 years, we fought, we took it over. From there, we shifted the price of coffee high, up to 12,700. When we moved this 7,000, the middlemen, the big players who have access to capital at a cheap rate. I will tell you, in India, they give investors capital at negative 5%. What does it mean? Those who know of you. Instead of you, negative means the government will pay you for using what? Money. This multinational, bigger one, will go to the market. There are many pension schemes which have money redundant. They will ask for only 1%, 2%. Even sometimes there are some pensioners who will say, I need my money to be taken to Africa so that I earn a name from God. But when it comes here, they use it to make a profit. Now, what these multinationals do, they are the one who determine the price. They go to the farmer, they say, we want you to grow, we give you flowers. That's the one they are talking about. They pay the man, a man becomes a laborer. Yet he's supposed to be selling his product. So what did we do? We knew we were dealing with middlemen who are very tough. It takes time. So they came from 12,700, they said 12,000. They were telling a farmer for us to pay cash. Now, with this cooperative union, did a mobilization and talked to the farmer that you see, for you to survive, you need to sell your product. And your only best product is this coffee. We had colleagues from Ethiopia we are talking with and Kenya. They would bring their coffee, which they are selling at a higher price, but in the quality, it's the worst. The baggage was tested. I said, we can do it together. Now, farmers, they went down until they came to 9,000 shillings. We said our coffee will go at 11,800 what? Shillings. All of you collect your coffee and bring to Bujisu Cooperative Union, and when market comes, you'll get the coffee. So just I'm about to conclude, you are getting worried over me. But I'm sure I'm giving a right story.
You still have 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, this one is the right story. And you're talking of coffee, I'm the real one. Who tell me? So all the farmers collected the coffee and said, whether there's cash or not, we're taking our coffee. Of course, as we speak now, we have coffee over 120 billion in our stores. Of this, we have paid about maybe 90 billion. Balance is in a debt. But there's no farmer who is complaining about that you haven't given me money. They are saying one day we shall get coffee. All these bellows and the men you're talking about are running around. They are looking for me. Oh, now they'll give us coffee. I've said, to give you our coffee, you must pay us $5.50 per kilo of dollars. If you don't, go ahead. And the baggers have accepted. So I want to finalize on this. You have understood me? A chain starts from a farmer up to the roaster. Unless you, Minister of Trade, my sister, work out on marketing mechanisms, and my brother Tugumi has brought value additions, and that means the government comes in, I will state without fear or contradictions that the only thing which will remove people from poverty is what we produce. And one of them is coffee, and through primary societies, which will make these small business, small farmers come united so that they have what we call bargaining power. I thank you.
I Honorable, I don't know how you did it. To the second. 12 minutes to the second. Well done. I would like to thank you for your talk. I'd like to appreciate the many issues you've mentioned, although I will not repeat them because of time. But I would like to highlight one, health issues. Coffee is not necessarily unhealthy. And it's associated with heart diseases, but I'm not an expert in that area, and the questions will come. I'd like to also highlight an issue you mentioned about value chains, and that how we seem to be earning little money, and that the value chain is long. And these people are making a lot of money further on. The point was mentioned earlier by also Mr. Tugume that the industry is bigger than what we see. It's bigger, it's packaging, it is roasting, it is services, it is funds, investors, and so on. So that's important. The other thing you mentioned is funding. We've talked about credit, and you've mentioned that credit should be in the right place. I would like to now mention one point. Many of us think that middlemen means small people running around on bicycles. And for us, some of us who produce coffee like myself, we actually look at them as middlemen. It is rare that you can call someone like Sukafina a middleman, but now we have learned it from you. These are also middlemen, and they have the same tricks. And that is to earn more than us and not give us a fair price. And then also I'd like to, I would like to request that at some point, I know your Bugisu is a very famous cooperative. I wonder if you do cross fertilization with other cooperatives so they can learn from your model. Don't want to have our farmers the last speaker. And therefore, I would just like to invite Mr. George to Muhimbise. And I'll give you 10 minutes like everybody else. Let's be fair, I'll give you 10.5 minutes. And Mr. Muhimbise is a farmer, a community monitor in Mwende district, but he has the experience of a farmer, which is very, we have not talked really about the actual farmers, but he's actually with us, and we are very grateful for you to be with us. Thank you very much, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am not going to repeat my names, but I want to appreciate the previous speakers, more especially Nelson, and about financing coffee value addition. Honorable Nandara Mafabi, passionate. Whatever he has said from his heart and about coffee and the small farmer. Somebody was saying, Angelo Izama, he was saying that there was an argument when I reached here that coffee farmers are not smallholder farmers. There was something like that, and I felt so bad. Then Honorable Atkwasi, I think Honorable Atkwasi is government. I'm happy that government is here. Sometimes the members of parliament don't show that they are part of government. They always want to say government. You hear them saying government, and yet they are part of government. Honorable, you are here as government. I would have been happy if Dr. Iyamulemi was here and somebody from Department of Agriculture, because those are the people or that the departments I'm focusing on. I'm representing farmers, maybe big and small, because I think we all face the same challenges. Now, how do we participate in unlocking the potential of the coffee value chain actors and the voices and their recommendations? One, may want to make a summary. Coffee is not dangerous. I used to not take coffee when I was young. Now I'm over 50. I take coffee every day. I'm not sick. Do you see me as a sick person? I got an opportunity to work with a Norwegian. He would take over 6 cups of coffee every day. And he was very agile. I said, what's wrong with Ugandans? Now I take coffee, and actually I discovered that when you take coffee, you don't die. You go and check that you don't die. So, who are the people who is responsible for unlocking the potential of the coffee actors on the value chain? One is government must wake up. We can always scatter around. We can always beat around the bush. But I want to assure you guys that government has a key role in unlocking the potential of the actors on the value chain. We are faced with the challenge of fake and substandard inputs. Who is in charge of bringing inputs here? Who is in charge of UNBS? Who is in charge? We have a problem of standards of coffee. Who is in charge of regulation? It is not the small farmer. We have a problem. We can't process our coffee. Nelson is telling you he wants to process their orders which should be coming, but he doesn't have the money. But the reason government exists is to sort out those issues. Surely. Look at the marketing. There is no way you can condemn your people to the invisible hand. The marketing mechanism, we used to call it an invisible hand. What if that hand is the hand of the devil? And you are condemning your people that the invisible hand is the one which is controlling the prices and what they get from their goods. Government is responsible for giving extension services. We cannot give extension services. The reason government exists is to provide services. One time we were discussing about extension services to the coffee farmers, and somebody from the Department of Agriculture was telling us, unashamedly, that government services now are demand driven. Can you imagine? That for a small farmer to get a service, they must demand for it. As if government workers don't have work plans. Why did you exist? Why did you get a job? You have a work plan. You know how many farmers are in your sub-county. You take care of them. But you tell me that government services are now demand driven. So that's where I say government must wake up. Let us support cooperatives. If we support cooperatives and they are strong enough, then we should be able to limit the capacity of the middlemen to exploit the people on the coffee value chain. If we had cooperatives like what we saw in Ebujisu, the whole of Uganda, where coffee is grown, then we can easily strengthen more, and we start processing and exporting. So I think we must support cooperatives. 3, we must, I'm talking to government nearby, we must generate transformative policies that help our people to transform from where they are, whether it is using a hoe, whether it is picking with the hands. What is the policy that we have in place? Let me give you an example. We have a neighboring country. They crossed their border. We always thought that we are the ones who supply food to them. They have food. They didn't die. They have food. Recently, there was a country nearby. They were threatening to stop our milk from being exported there. And everybody was crying. But what are they trying to do? They want to protect their farmers so that they can benefit from what they produce. What's wrong with Uganda? For us, we are ever on the move, looking for an investor to come and help us. And yet, we have the whole potential to do it on ourselves. So I think we need to generate policies that transform our people instead of running around looking for investors who will never do it for us. 4, government must invest in coffee marketing and processing. Some of us who are young, we don't know the coffee marketing board. But the coffee marketing board, which was here in Bugoroi, it was doing exactly what Kenya is doing, auctioning the coffee. You produce the coffee, you sell it to coffee marketing board, and the coffee marketing board grades it, and it sells it. It can give in parliament. They would even tell you that the price of coffee is going to be 300 shillings, and you are sure. So you can plan, go to the bank, get a loan, prepare, and you'll get your money. But here you hear everybody, if we do this, then it's a policy reversal. If a policy does not work for your people, reverse it. We reverse it. Because why do we exist? Why do we make policies? To uplift our people. But if we cannot get those policies that uplift our people, then whatever we have, we must reverse it and learn from others. Finally, I want us to look at women differently from what my sister said. We need to increase the space of women on the coffee value chain. Even if it is still at the technological level we are, but we need to increase the space. They participate in all processes at the household level. But when it comes to marketing and getting the proceeds, women are on the side. And children, we need to find a way. I visited Ethiopia one time, And I realized that most of the roasting is done by women at churches. I visited a number of churches. At churches, we would take coffee, they would give us coffee. But women, we are the ones doing what? Doing the roasting and serving. So I think there is a lot we can do. There is a lot we can do as farmers. There is a lot we can do as government. But most of all, government must be held responsible for turning around the tide against the farmers in Uganda, against every person that is on the coffee value chain. I know that if members of parliament stand firm, and work with the farmers and work with the cooperatives, we can be able to generate policies that transform our farmers and they get the price that they're deserving. I always hear people say, now the price of coffee has increased to 8,000. In Movende, it is 8,000. 8,000 is only one bar of soap. So when you want a bar of soap, you must get a kilo of coffee, sell it, then you have it. You can't buy a kilo of meat for your children. You can't. There is nothing you can do with 8,000. But I tell you, that's a very high price. Why? If somebody is selling this cup at 7,000 shillings in Uganda, how much coffee do you need to produce this cup? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tuhimbise. I'd like to appreciate your remarks very, very much. I'd like to just point out two points which stood out for me specifically. One is inputs, because coffee farmers require good quality, not fake inputs, and that's very important. You made reference to also the value chain and protection, that other countries can have these policies. What about Uganda? And this is a big question, I think, for government, at the government level, because coffee is part of a food value chain that crosses our border and goes to other countries. And there's politics involved at all those levels, and there are different power plays. So this is a big question. I leave it to the audience to ask questions. And also the issue of the auction has come back. How viable is an auction in this country again as a way of stabilizing the price and people getting the best amount or money for what they're producing? I would like to invite our final panelist, and that is Mr. John Wanyu of Slow Food Uganda. I give you 10 minutes. To be fair, 10.2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I thank Siatin for this meeting. As mentioned, I'm John Wanyu from Slow Food Uganda. We have a Slow Food Coffee Coalition that is international right now, and this is where you find capable buyers and actually coffee sellers, the farmers. We try to bring them to make the chain a little bit transparent, so there you can get some information of which quality of coffee comes from which place, and maybe you can join to also benefit from the sustainable coffee value chain. Speaking last, I will almost summarize most of the points that my colleagues have put across and add a little that I have here in writing. So one important thing that I could put emphasis is to revive or to encourage the formation of the local farmers cooperatives. Now farmers cannot work alone. Information is a little bit hidden. There's a lot of gaps in information. So farmers working together in cooperatives will make our coffee value chain mostly unlocked. And just as Honorable Nanda said, his cooperative, the union, is trying to help in all directions. So I will encourage also more help from cooperative unions to help the local farmers union to develop and make our coffee value chain very strong. I would also mention something about value addition that has been already said, but value addition beyond the drinkable coffee. We can make so many other products from coffee, and in any case, we should look at them. If we can't drink coffee at home, people here drink a lot of alcohol, and it's possible to make from coffee. So let's make them drink it from a different product, but with the help of actually coffee. Just as also Honorable mentioned, some chocolate has coffee in it, and people love it. Still, on value addition, farmers need equipment to be able to get involved in value addition. So it is important to make equipment available, pulpers, staplings, and everything, so to make their work easy. Then I would also talk about biodiversity. In Uganda, we have so many varieties of coffee, the indigenous, the wild, and also that have been developed in our research institutes. Those are very important to take care of, because as we see in the coffee market, they also want diversity. But in biodiversity, there is the biological, but also the diversity of the products that we make, the diversity of coffee as a product itself. We are looking at transformation methods in fermentation. Those bring in different types of final products of green and everything, honey coffee, washed and everything. Those different biodiversity of products within the same coffee are very important at the market, and they can do us more good actually than harm. I would also talk about the issue of financial literacy. You see, in Uganda here, we always talk about how to get money and how to spend it, but the issue of financial literacy has not been even given to us in schools. And of course, we meet farmers. As Slow Food, we work with farmers groups, and they do not really, they will never tell you that they have even themselves got into or involved with issues of understanding money. Actually, most of the problems that break these small groups that have been formed already is money. So financial literacy should go all the way, probably up to the school level, so people understand that money is a resource that needs to be handled with some sort of care. Then, of course, we attract tourism here. We have many tourists that come to see animals, the lions and everything. But agro-tourism in coffee, those that drink coffee do not know, have never seen the tree of coffee, and many of them would love to, but there is no clear system of how they can get that package. So with our fellows that do tourism, I normally go there sometimes just to translate because I speak some Italian, but most of the itineraries do not have farm visits to see the coffee. It's only found in the coffee shops, and the story ends there. But you know, we can give our farmers a lot of money taking those people there. Then they have already mentioned the issue of finance, the grants, some organizations like FAO are willing to fund farmers that grow coffee, but farmers will not always not do it by themselves. So grants also from our local government should be put straight to coffee sector in order to develop it. Finally, we have farming systems that we have developed, and some of us have patented to them. They're actually possible. Systems like farmers can even PGS. It works as the organic system. All the production standards are the same, but it is very cheap to put in place, and it can help in building very strong production systems, and we could be saving our environment. And other systems like agroforestry are
especially being a big threat to the coffee value chain. Then the other bit is on the deforestation directive, which was made by EU recently, that if it is identified that such type of coffee was as a result of deforestation, then that coffee will not enter the EU market. It was referred to in the morning by Mr. Angelo Izama. How do you see this, Honorable Mafabi? Do you see this one as a threat? Because we saw recently when the EU Parliament passed a resolution on the EU on the issue of the ECOP, that it is affecting the environment, is affecting the issues of human rights. People were treating it as an issue of neo-colonialism. Do you see this also as an instrument that is targeting our coffee not to enter the EU market in light of that? Lastly, to slow food. The slow food, you talked about biodiversity. And I'm happy that you raised that, because I want us to understand how does our coffee directly affect our biodiversity in the country. Because you see, the challenge is that sometimes the Minister of Agriculture doesn't come out clearly to distinguish between the effect of the soil fertility by the food crops and the cash crops. And Nelson says coffee is a food crop as a beverage, not a cash crop, but it was promoted as a cash crop. So how do we now try to clearly distinguish? Can it be grown as a monocrop? If Mafabi is saying that you can have beans, you can have a banana plantation, what do you advise the farmers in effect on the issue of biodiversity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope those questions have been noted. Just the last, I didn't mention that each person gets one question.
Mine is an observation. One, Mr. Mafabi, Honorable, the coffee plants have been removed from the city streets in Mbale, and as a value system that is very compromising. So we cannot be here talking about promoting coffee when the streets have been emptied and planted with very funny looking plants that don't communicate to the population. Then my other qualification is on the side of consumption. We need to investigate the value system why the whites are drinking coffee. They are drinking coffee to stay awake for longer hours and work. And we are avoiding it. I work with programs, you sit on a computer 2 hours, you're dozing, you can't finish a report. That should be the motivation for us to invest our brains in why people are drinking coffee, and we are not drinking it and struggling to actually stay awake and work.
Thank you. Mine is also not a question, but I would say it as a recommendation maybe. So I'll try to sum it into one. And based on an example that Nelson gave on what happened in South Africa, in fact, it reminds me of a conversation we just had yesterday at Siatini, that when we put the private players at the forefront, they may not do as much as if government was taking on this responsibility. While we have the key players like Nelson from the private sector, I think that I just want to align my thought with George. Government really needs to take up this role, because government has to be at the lead, as opposed to seeing this sector being dominated by the private players. That deregulation is a reason as to why we continue to see that the value chain is not fair, and we continue to see that big corporations are throwing out the smallholder farmers. I'll try to keep the second one.
I think there are 2 hands behind here, the ones that were up.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Hawe Kezia, a community monitor in Mvende and a farmer as well. I would want to ask Madam Rita, you talked so much of PDM. What if the money put in PDM are brought on the ground in the coffee value chain, and we form cooperatives and factories and small-scale industries, such that the person on the ground is involved and has seen what is happening on a nearby village, on a nearby parish, and can also actually get to know. Because the challenge we have as small-scale farmers, we are not sensitized, we are not, actually we don't know what is happening in the world of market. So our dear MPs and government have also become middlemen between us and the higher market. Can we please be helped? Thank you.
Okay, there's a question here, the fourth one.
Thank you very much. Ben Mukone from a small farmer in Blambuli, but I also process coffee. I have a couple of questions. Number one, the first one is a suggestion. In order to increase our local coffee consumption, would I suggest that at least in all government offices, we stop consuming Nescafe? We have good coffee. I think we can consume our local coffee, which is really very good. Number two, the infrastructure, the road network in all these coffee producing areas, especially in Blambuli where I come from, the roads are really terrible, especially during rainy seasons. And yet, very good coffee comes from there. And during rainy season, a lot of coffee is trapped there, which also compromises the quality. So if the roads can be fixed, I think we can achieve a little more. Number three, Honorable Nandala, maybe you can assist with the answer to the agriculture credit facility. I don't know how it works. Sometimes you go to some of these banks and they ask you who has sent you. I don't know whether that's a criteria to accessing some of these finance. Well, I have two others, but let me just mention this one here. At least the local farmers and players should be protected from multinationals, because these multinationals, sometimes if they're not checked, they really come and fleece and just, you know, exploit the local players and drive them out of the business. Thank you.
Okay, those are 5 questions. The other people, I'm going to allow the panel to answer those questions, but I'm going to identify 5 more hands. There was one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one went up before you, sorry. 5. So get ready. Oh, I didn't see you. I apologize. Please, if you may start with the first questions, and please, if you could be brief as well.
Thank you very much. I think the first question was in regard to climate change and how it affects farmers. I think this is first record. How does it affect farmers? Will the rain come? Will they need to access irrigation? Will they be able to, the coffee plants to withstand the conditions? I think it is a call on Uganda in particular for us to be able to see the investment more on this climate change. But unfortunately, we haven't crossed the bridge to how do we directly include climate change investment within the budget. Even this year's budget, there is still trouble on how government or parliament operates in terms of reinforcing. You know it very well. There is the gender equity certificate, but also the climate policy requires that if you're tabling, you should be able to have a certification for climate change adaptation and all those things that come with it. So there is work in progress to be able to do that. But as generally the call towards this, let's talk to the people, let's plant trees, let's issues of renewable energy, and these are across various sectors. So therefore, but I think a coffee tree is a positive plant that adds onto the call. The other question given to me was about PDM. What I could say about this, you cannot put it in a blanket. PDM is at a parish level. So the question would be, is a parish called Nyarubungo or Chichwamba or Chanamkaka, for that sake, are they coffee farmers? Are there people in that village or villages that engage in coffee? And therefore, will they be able to determine to use their money into an investment of planting, of harvesting, of post-harvest handling coffee? That's where it goes back. So our actions seated here, some of them need to go to that level so that we are able to see the community engaged in that one. Yes, the attempt for government investment. When Pineti came, the story was different. We are seeing government investing in various enterprises. Of course, you know Teju, the juice in Teso. You know about Atiak. You know about the Commonwealth, Munyonyo. I think for me, my takeaway, as we recommended in the Pineti attempt to process coffee in Uganda, we said it clearly that can we have the cooperatives be given that amount of money to be able to do what Nelson is asking for? That was the puzzle. We couldn't see an investor coming to take money when Ugandans are capable of taking money. So that is still a takeaway for us as a committee. And of course, we are still waiting. The president keeps saying he is not done. But indeed, we appreciate the conversation with him is not done yet.
Thank you very much, my sister. You are doing very well. I'm going to answer even something about taxation. Our personal experience, I take coffee every morning. Every minute I take coffee. Even when I'm going to sleep, I take coffee. The one who said the coffee makes you not sleep is a liar. Yeah, it's like, you see, I take coffee, I sleep. But coffee makes your brain to work, your body to be top range. Bugorobi was, whoever knows Bugorobi is just not far. You better go and see it. Bugorobi was supposed to be the best machine in Africa to process coffee. And the day they closed Bugorobi was on Thursday. Yet there was a contract which had been signed to bring a soluble plant in Bugorobi. Now when they did it, and of course we know the reason, all the motors, all the machine were moved and sold. And when you want, you have been involved in a crime, you destroy what we call the audit trail. You destroy evidence. If you had gone behind the coffee marketing body to check very well, there were criminals who were involved in stealing and whatever, so they were trying to destroy a record. But it was bad. Would have allowed them to have the record, but leave that thing. Auction is very important. I've just run numbers here. I want you to go and look at Nairobi Commodity Exchange. In January alone, they sold the coffee worth $32 million. In February alone, of course it is every week, it's about $40 million. So in 2 months, as we're talking, over $70 million. And the coffee they are selling, basically, I want to tell you, is not from Kenya. They are selling it that coffee, Kenya coffee, but this is the coffee from Uganda. Even in Rwanda and Burundi, they are doing the thing. And why are those success stories, which I want to tell my sister, it is because government is in the what? In the lead. And I want to say there's no development which can take place without government leading. Because if we're talking of $50 million, the easiest person to bring $50 million is government. And if government was really good, a real pro-people, what makes you not put a plant of $50 million here in Namamve or in Mbale to process Arabic, one to process Robusta coffee, and it would be good. And I can tell you, coffee marketing, for me, I have no problem with it. Auction is the best because it will be the one to get the price. I am talking here to Gomez, talking about market in Europe and Geneva. I have been involved in markets. Let me tell you, the most expensive item on earth is marketing. That's why you can see outside here, there's sales and a marketing office. They have created a hotel, a whole big building. Go out there, sales and marketing. So marketing is really very big. The only person who can help marketing Uganda Coffee is government. Getting a plane from here to New York is about, say, assuming business class is about $7,000. Accommodation is about, maybe by the time you come, it's $15,000. Which cooperative society will do that? Which individual? But that, if government was there to lead this, would make it. Now, Mr. Chairman, Nescafe is, by those who are taking Nescafe, you are taking diseases. Those are husks. You know husk? We want to advise you should stop taking husks. And I want to agree with my brother Bernard, you should look for coffee in Uganda. If you are those who are drinking, I am going to allow you to, everybody is going to get a packet. Go and drink this and Nescafe. Nescafe is even very bitter. Something bitter like quinine is terrible. You have to be very careful. Now, my brother talked about withholding tax because I need to also explain. By therefore, one of my other jobs I do when I was still growing was taxation, and I teach all over the world. Withholding tax is basically if you sell something somebody is paying when you have been gazetted as the person to withhold. Somebody brings an item for 1 million plus, you withhold 6%. But let me give an example for farmers. One farmer brought coffee of 500,000, another one of 300. Assuming it's a cooperative society, they have brought total coffee of 50 million. But there are smaller ones, 500, 1,000, 800. You're getting me? If you decide to withdraw, you're withdrawing on 300,000. That's why the argument was, you cannot withdraw on aggregate. If you identify that is one who has brought more than 1 million, then you can do it. But villagers are bringing very little coffee at the particular moment, or milk, or cotton. So I want to state, my brother, we never refused the law, even when they said that those who are selling 100 million shillings, among you who has been involved in agriculture, if you are using a tractor, you are using water to grow maize, you may get an aggregate of 100 million at once. But what you have put there might be even more than 90 million. Even your energy, you may not have valued it. Now, deforestation, I have said deforestation, coffee grows very well when there are trees. Those who are talking of deforestation, I think they're planning also to come and say, this coffee from this table has been deforested. So now you don't get the market. The Europeans is here to see that we are deforesting. But the truth is, deforestation, the moment you deforest, my master's I did, the study I made, what we call, what is that thing, the research, it was about deforestation. Places which have been deforested have lost value. And at the end, you may in the short run make money, but in the long run lose because fertility goes. Those bees has a lot of issue of production and whatever. So the Europeans might be trying to do something which is wrong, but there's no way they will identify that this coffee is from a deforested area. But the truth is that there's no deforestation. Coffee grows very well under trees, and the more we have it is. Now finally, which was Bernard was talking about infrastructure, that's government. Now he talked about credit, but also I want to make one small statement on credit. It is very wrong always to run for credit. That's why many people are collapsing, because he thinks there is cheap credit. He runs and borrow without a plan. He has put his house. You see it in the newspaper being what? Sold. To go for credit, you must really plan why you need what? Credit. Now, credit in agriculture can only work if you have insured your product. You see, if it doesn't rain, you may lose the what? The product. So unless also credit must move with insurance. So there's agricultural credit. But I also will tell you, I don't know where it is. They tell us it is in the Bank of Uganda, it is what? So Rita is here. She's from Trade Committee. We are going to interest her to go and look for it. The next maybe workshop we shall have, she will tell you that to get credit, you need a cheat from her.
Thank you very much. We have a few more questions. I don't know.
It was mine.
We have 5 more questions. I identified them already, so you can keep your hands down.
Okay.
We'll just finish the first set.
Yes, I'm going to be quick on this. It's about biodiversity. Uganda has 3 standard types of coffee. There is the Arabica. I think it's that one you're going to drink from Honorable Nandala. That only grows in the highland areas on mountains, so in the east and in the west. Then we have Robusta, which we have here in Central on lowland, and there is Liberica. Many of you maybe have not seen it, but it's very old coffee variety in Uganda. The tree is big. It's almost like a young avocado tree, and that one is in here in Iruwero. So that is the biodiversity of coffee we have in Uganda. So for farmers, to start with, they should know where they are and what they are supposed to plant. Our coffee are all somehow tall trees because they are kind of, with biodiversity, all life work together symbiotically. All the coffees we have here can symbiotically grow with bananas, with the trees, with beans. And there is also science that is going on, gene editing, you know, you've heard of GMOs and stuff like that, hybridization, that could lead to some coffee varieties grow a little short, however much they are high yielding, but very short. In any case, they won't be able to survive if you put them in areas that have shade. They are so short they can't see the sun. But we do not recommend for those. Our coffee is working very well. All the varieties we have are okay. All we need is just to provide farmers with the required inputs, organic manure, systems in which they can follow to farm very well, and in any case, some funds to make them work and pay them very well for their work. And that way, we will be able to survive with our biodiversity.
Thank you. We have very little time left, so I'm going to repeat it. I don't know if you heard the first time. Everybody, one question, and we did not talk about observations. We talked about questions. So the people who raised their hands, I remember them. 5 questions. Please identify the person who you want to answer the question, and write your question down if you haven't, please. Quickly, brief questions.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to appreciate all the panelists, including our honorable 2 members of parliament. Well, I agree with you entirely that coffee has been one of our basic income earners in the country, of course, taken recently by externalization of labor, and then, of course, issues to do with tourism. But what I would like us to take note of is the fact that you see throughout all this value chain, the focus is on the coffee, but behind that coffee, there are workers. So, of course, I'm coming from the labor sector, Ministry of Uganda Labor and Social Development. We need to ensure that these workers are protected and they work in decent working conditions. Then the other one is about the issue of the growing child labor in this country. Recently, UBOS released a report, labor force survey report, that indicated that 6.2 million children are engaged. A majority, of course, are in the agriculture. Coffee is one of those. And globally, those multinationals that we are talking about are now blacklisting coffee from companies that they know that the children are involved or engaged. So how do we ensure that the children are not used in growing the coffee that we are talking about, which is, of course, one of our best selling crops in the country? I thank you.
Who did you want to answer the question? Who was the question for?
Well, I think there was the question was about jobs that we are talking about. I did get the name of the second panelist who followed the Honorable Rita. So the first question of decent jobs we literally was going about to that gentleman. I didn't get his name. Sorry.
The question was on this table. I remember you. One question, and if you have an observation, make it a question.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Siatin and the panelists and everyone here. We talked about much of the issues about policy. And my concern is specifically going to the policy, the 2 policy makers here. Because in the morning as I was coming, I looked at the Coffee Act, the National Coffee Act. It's unfortunate that the one responsible for UDC is not in the house, but I am concerned about section 52 and section 53 in regard to the penalties and exclusion of liabilities of the UDC officials or anybody employed by the authority, to exclude them from taking any liability. There is a concern that I would have wished the members of parliament here to elaborate. It's excluding the officials in case they make a mistake or an omission when they are doing their day-to-day activities. And yet, when you look at section 53, there are a lot of penalties and offenses for the farmers. So the question is, there is something to do with the exemption or exclusion from liability when the officer is working in good faith. What determines that a person or an officer is working in good faith, in good faith, so that is exempted? What did they try to mean, the legislators?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Ronald Nahura, and my question goes to the Honorable Nandala Mafabi, and is in relation to registration of farmers. In 2021, when the National Coffee Act was enacted by Parliament, I think around Section 5, subsection B of the Act, it imposed, among others, other functions, registration of farmers by the authority. And this attracted public debate as to why government wants to register coffee farmers. And up to today, government has not come out clearly to justify as to why they want to register coffee farmers. So, Mr. Nandala, from where you sit, do you think registration of farmers will in any way help to address some of these issues that have been raised along the coffee value chain? Or what could be the motive of government wanting to register farmers? I thank you.
Thank you for your question. I remember somebody here. The second last question. A question, not observation. Brief.
Honorable Rita, when we were speaking to Mr. Angelo Izama in the morning, he talked about the regulations. He talked about the regulations and a review of the Investment Code Act. But this is, my question is, if you look at the value chain as explained by Honorable Nandala Mafabi, and you look at the Investment Code Act, there is a distinction. You can clearly see that they don't speak to the investment as by our farmers. So you talked about these changes. My question is, what is the motivation behind these amendments or the reviews? Because if it's the same mentality of government, of an investor being someone coming in with lots of money, of an investor being someone with 50,000 and all that, is it something that we even need to discuss? That is my question.
The last question is somewhere here. Yes, here. Quick question, one question. Identify the answer.
Thank you so much. Mine goes to Mr. Togume. He spoke about what it is we need to be talking about, which I understand. And Brenda also talked a little bit about the private sector and the government and how they need to work in tandem. Now, I want to ask you, drawing examples from successful countries like the Vietnam and Brazil, how are you as a private sector influencing the priorities of government to make sure that the shift you're talking about happens? Because it's not going to happen by the small-scale farmers themselves. It's going to take the effort of you, the private sector, and the government. How are you influencing them? Thank you.
Thank you. You may take the questions when you're ready. We've already taken 5 questions, and you can take the questions when you're ready.
Quickly,
if you don't mind, let him also have a share of the spotlight.
Okay, I'll quickly say this. You know, we know economies of demand and supply. I think everyone knows about that. There is one product in the world, one of them, but very key level. And as I say this, that coffee is the second most beverage taken after water. I think we know this. I've been part of the domestic coffee consumption, not as a promoter, but as a practitioner. If all of you have gone into town, you must have seen a small bike called Juicer. We sell coffee there at 2,000 shillings. I had over 10 coffee shops in town, which one of them was in Mafabi's town, but I closed it. So, you must realize that we're dealing with culture, especially when it comes to coffee consumption. Where I come from, when the ladies take coffee there, they say they will dry up. You know what I mean? Eh? The lady is there. You realize, I mean, I've been a practitioner in selling coffee and getting everyone to understand that coffee is a beverage. And I know me, when people understand that coffee is a beverage, there's a lot of quality control and discussions are going to do. I was in one of, and it gets even your question, I was in one of the high boardrooms in this city, in this town. By the time I left, everyone was saying, wow, this is the best presentation we've ever had. They even, some of the directors said, how come we've been stupid not to have taken certain decisions? And they said, we're going to be the first boardroom to allow a coffee machine. I will not say the place, so that our people start taking coffee. When I went there and I wrote to them, they said, you see, canteen, you see. I was giving a free machine of 22 million shillings. So I'm simply saying, like Mafabi, Honorable Mafabi gave you a packet of coffee. Go try it out. See how can we help you to even know how to take coffee. Can I tell you one thing? You start to have a migraine, a small headache, and take coffee. The coffee will go away. Did you know the caffeine in Panadol is from coffee? Did you know coffee helps you in kidney, heart diseases to be reduced by 30%? If you think you have more scientific reasons for you not take coffee, are you better to the Americans who take 400 million cups a day? Did you realize that coffee actually has anti-aging effects? We've come up as Inspire Africa, 7 lotion, perfume, lip balm. The ladies are doing well. And the marketing sales that has done in New York is that coffee is an anti-aging effect. You can see how I'm looking like. I made 40, but I don't know if I'm doing very well. But what I'm trying to say, there are so many health benefits of taking coffee. But friends, we have to deal with the culture.
Thank
now,
you.
Quickly, I want to answer his question. You have one advantage as a country to leverage on coffee. Why am I saying this? Other things I've realized actually they can be replaceable. Actually, oil can be replaceable. You know, we're driving electric cars now, isn't it? Americans have gone to the lab. Chinese have gone to the lab to plant coffee in the lab. It has failed. It has not worked. You understand? It has not what? Worked. And therefore, how do we put ourselves on the global platform, which I like what Honorable Mafabi did, of saying we're going to hold on this coffee until you guys give us the right word? Where is government coming up and taking some of those serious, painful decisions that actually can remain with our coffee for the next 5 years if you're not getting us this right price that we're looking for? The reason why I'm saying this is because we've innovated coffee in the labs and it has refused. It won't work. They'll tell you ECOP and tell you the climate change. I've been marketing other products, fish, vegetables, and all that. You understand? On these other products are too much that if you have your coffee, you'll be number 1 to move forward. So what I'm requesting as in this room as government, or what we need to do right now, is can government start considering on de-risking with the private sector who are small but have a capability probably of scaling up. Other countries have gone with winning people. The Asian Tigers did it with Kia, with Samsung. They put real money in these companies to be who they are today. So, the Bugisu Cooperative, I know they are being stuck at Green Bean. Could government look at them and say, we want you to own, maybe, I know probably they have $20 million. Can government match with them another $20 million to have the next instant soluble coffee plant? Jeremy, I know where you sit. If Bugisu had soluble coffee plant, right now you'll be giving them a contract of 5 containers a week. You have gotten the husks, which he said, or the undergrades, from $1.5 to $11, $12. To me, that's where I think we need to be speaking. Once he's getting $12, there is no way how his farmer will not get $5. Guys,
middle income.
If the farmer gets $5, the whole of Uganda will grow coffee. I can tell you, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. You have many questions.
Very many, but I want to start with the National Coffee Act. I participated in the Coffee Act, and we really made a lot of amendments. Those who are from Uganda, even the Kabaka of Uganda, had to call me to say thank you, because the Baganda MPs had run away, and I stuck in. Now, registration of coffee farmers is good. It also wants to help us and the produce. But what we refused was that UCDA would come and say, I don't want coffee from this farm. You know, after growing coffee for 6 years, somebody comes and say, I don't want coffee, we didn't register you. It's what we refused. And you know, with the politics, somebody can come because of political thing. He said, I don't want coffee from these farms, and the economy would go down immediately. So registration is not bad. But if you are talking about penalties, I have read the law, I was reading it here. The one of authority, there are people who act in good faith. Of course, if the moment they act in bad faith, there are other laws who will deal with them, either corruption or theft, criminal, the penal code, and whatever. But if you saw the penalties we were talking about in section 53, like somebody selling materials nearer to coffee but they're not coffee. He said, oh, do you know what he's selling? He might be selling you njaga. He might be selling you. They are so interesting. Let me give you a few of them. A factory must be licensed. If you don't license a factory, he can use it for other things, and people fall sick. Yeah, it must be inspected. So distributing standard, substandard material, harvest of poor quality coffee, you know. Somebody can get green coffee, which is not dry, which is not a berry, which is ready. He dries it and produces the coffee. That's poor quality. So you would pay your money for nothing. So these penalties are very good. So, and then that one, I can tell you, has nothing to do with the staff of the authority. Now, I wanted to tell you about how government should be very helpful. Whoever goes to New York, and if you check the New York board, it will say Bujisu Arabic coffee AA, extinct. You know the word extinct? It's not there. But we have it. Yeah? So now who can help us? The government. Many of you travel to America. Do you know what Rwanda did? It knew people go to churches on Sunday. They had to put Rwandese and non-Rwandese being paid, even Ugandans were there, to be every entrance of the church on Sundays. As you are coming, they're handing you a packet of these small coffee grains that chew some, with even some people with kettles. At rail stations and metros and whatever, they were there. Even the president of Rwanda had to charter, use his own plane, the presidential plane, to go and pick the president of Starbucks, okay? It flies to pick the president of Starbucks from America. It brings him to Rwanda and takes him back, and it comes back empty. Can Bujisu Cooperative Union afford to charter a plane to go and bring a president of Starbucks? He brought the president of Costa. So now you go to Costa, you go to Starbucks, you get Rwanda what? Coffee. And they're even selling our own coffee and calling it what? Rwanda coffee. So for those who are in this market, I think that's why I said we need those people to deal with them. My brother talked about again workers from Ministry of Labor. We have to train our children for tomorrow. You cannot tell me a kid on Saturday cannot go to work on the farm to dig, to pick a coffee. That one is not accepted. That's not child labor. You are learning and learning. All of us grew up on weekends, unless you are supposed to go to school and you go and dig. But on Saturday to go and dig a bit, no, even it's the health for a kid. I don't agree to rear our children like broilers. Tomorrow we're rearing a very bad what? Bad country. So we need our children to go and work on farm, pick coffee for training and experience. This labor in factories, that's a different story, but that one can be explained. But on farms, I don't agree our children not be there. I guess I've talked about it. The Investment Act, I think that's where we wanted Angelo to be here. You see, what is an investment? You want to invest, a farmer wants to invest in coffee. What does he need to invest in coffee? He will, like if I'm beginning, I will need seedlings. From seedlings, I will need to maintain them. And from maintaining, I will produce the product. So even the coffee seedlings fall sick. So who is supposed to check on my coffee when it is sick? It means of what? Agriculture. So we need the agriculture extension workers to work and whatever. Now the investment you're talking over $50,000 and above is like what Tugome wants. That's where we should look at. And how should we do it? It is again the government to lead. The amendments, you see, sometimes we come here to talk as from when you're from a boardroom to talk to people, you think, oh, who need the solutions, and you're thinking in the boardroom, you'll have a problem. And that's why we must engage many of these people that come and face the what? The reality. Finally, women. Women are the biggest workers of this country. The economy of Uganda depends on what? Women. But we men are very bad-mannered. And yes, we're very bad-mannered. And that's why one time I was crucified by colleagues in parliament when I was supporting women in parliament under the law of that divorce law and whatever. Now I'll give an example why I'm talking of women. A woman is always in the garden. In picking that coffee, the woman makes it 80%. When it is ready, you take it to a primary society. It is the woman who carries. When it comes to money, the man is the one who collects the what? The money. And when the man collects the money, the chances that he has been drinking around the Hotel Africana to extend it to it are very high. When you have money in your pocket, it sends you at a longer what? Distance. In the process, he gets another woman there and leaves the woman who has what? Who has worked. This is what we did in the Liberate Effort. We said in every primary society, when you're paying a farmer, a woman will first take 30%, a man will collect what? 70%. And men initially fought, but somehow they agreed. Now what were the advantages? If a woman gets money, she doesn't go to a bar. She goes straight where? Home. She will buy a blanket for her kids. She will buy exercise books for the children. And if there's a balance, if you're in a mud house, she will buy a bag of cement and make a what? A floor. This drunkard who has gone at a low tinder will come and sleep in a better what? House. We can tell you when we did that, some men came back and said, no, I don't want my wife to take 30, let her take 50. Others said, no, let her take all the whole money, she will be the one to distribute it to me. And if you come in Bugisu, there's a lot of change. We have respect for women as far as money is what? Concerned.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would, if the questions were all responded to, I would like to thank the audience, but I want the audience to give a special round of applause to our panelists. Very lively, very informative, and I think a very direct target on what we should do in order to unlock the potential of the value chain. I have 2 more items on the agenda, and I want to indulge you. I know it's late, and many of you may be hungry, but we're not really that far out of our time target. So we've done an excellent job, which is very rare at half-day functions. So I wanted to just request you to indulge me, and I invite just Oxfam I want to give Oxfam 3 minutes to talk about what they're doing in the coffee value chain. Yes, thank you very much. However, there is one moment, please. One moment, please. One moment, please. We actually have closing remarks, and I don't want to disrespect our guest of honor. Yes. Yeah, it's fine from the panel. Yes, I thought you were walking away to. The president has been waiting for you. Yeah, please, to your seats. So if you could just 3 minutes, and then we give it to our guest for closing remarks. Thank you very much.
3 minutes, please. I the gender issue was not well addressed while it was raised by Honorable Rita. And I thought I should plug in something we've done in the coffee value chain. Oxfam has been 10 years in the value chain, 10 years plus, and they pioneered the model called Gender Action Learning Systems in nowhere else other than in Kasese. And this is the Bukonzo Joint Cooperative. If you want to, we can travel there and you see what happened, the way women and men began planning together. And now we have a very viable cooperative. What they have done is been copied in Vietnam. We've mentioned Vietnam here. The girls' methodology is now a worldwide gender methodology, which started from Bukonzo. I like that while Honorable Nandala spoke about gender inclusion, I like that we probably go and also do gender in the Elgon area with him. So we'll pick up on that later. And then there was the issue of market access. Again, within this small community of Bukonzo Joint Cooperative, we piloted about reaching the European market. Their coffee now is served in the Oxfam shops in Europe, which is highlighting it to, the market will grow. This year also we've worked with the Endero Coffee. Now they also serve their coffee in the Oxfam shops. And I think that was some great effort in trying to help locally produced coffee reach the European market. And of course, we are here to get feedback. But if this kind of, I think this year they already exported like 500 to the shops, which is a very, very big start. I mean, this should be able to have a multiplier effect. And lastly, working with the Bukonzo Cooperative again, there was the issue of financing, and then Rabobank is an agricultural bank based in the Netherlands, and they picked interest to finance these dealings, connecting Bukonzo Joe's cooperative together with the European market. And every financial need for this cooperative was made by that bank. So this is a model which we may probably learn from going forward, because I think those addresses very many things: the gender issue, the access to market, and then the access to finance. I think I would like to stop right there, and if there are people who would love to visit Bukonzo Joint Cooperative, we would gladly be happy to make the connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to invite our representative from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to give us our closing remarks, and then we'll close down the function.
Thank you very much. I don't want to stand in your time for lunch. First and foremost, let me thank the panelists, Honorable Nandala Mafabi, and then all the other participants on the panel. I want to simply just say one thing. Thank Siatini for organizing this very important dialogue on coffee value chain. It's not the first one. I hope it will not be the last one either. I think one thing that comes here is that it's not the first time we are discussing these issues. We have had a lot of discussion on the coffee value chain, I think, for a long time. But I think what I like is that let's repeat it until it gets into our head and gets done. On behalf of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, I wish to thank you all for coming and for actively participating in this meeting. I know it is not a complete cycle. Someone mentioned it. UCDA is not here. Agriculture is not here. I'm coming here just to close, but I was here earlier. So I think going forward, the next meeting, let's make sure that we have a complete representation from all those who matters within the coffee value chain. I'm equally sitting on the board of UCDA. So I know
a lot about the policy and the regulatory issues with respect to the coffee sector. And I think I will be able to deliver some of these issues that have come out from this discussion in our next board meeting. So to finalize or conclude, let me thank you once again for coming, and please safe journey back to wherever you're coming from. Thank you very much, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much on behalf of Siatini. Thanks for coming and honoring our invitation. Maybe just the logistical information. We have lunch. I believe that by now they must have brought the coupons. And we'll also be sending to you a modest transport facilitation, which will come on your numbers that you have written on the lists that you've shared. So if you're not sure about it, you could please come to me and cross-check on the number, and we wish you a safe journey back home. Thank you. The coupons are here, so you can pick a coupon and have lunch. Lunch is served, I think, down there. There's the lower restaurant. That's where it is, so that's where lunch will be. I believe there will be someone to direct us from the outside. Thank you very much.